Step into the shadows with Paranormal M, where we unravel the secrets of the otherworldly. Hit that subscribe button, drop a comment, turn on notifications, and join us on our quest for the unknown. Prepare to be captivated. Ask Reddit. When I was around 10 years old, my grandpa died. That had led me to becoming an anxious wreck for the next couple months to a year. Why? Death. It scared the shit out of me. When you're 10 years old, you don't think about death that much, but unfortunately it led me to think about it for a while. Also, I don't know if this counts as paranormal, but no one ever believes me. I just think it's spooky. After my grandpa died, I started thinking of death more and more. And being the little kid I was scared that I needed to decide if I'd do everything before I die or stay inside so I don't. This led to major anxiety to the point where I went to see a doctor to put me on meds and put me on my way. One night I started seeing what was like a shadowy face cross over my vision, which got worse after a while, so I told my mom. She tells me to take my meds and I should be okay. That night I go to lay down, and the shadowy face keeps passing over my vision. I ignore it and hope that the medicine will work. A couple days pass. Shit just gets worse. I've seen shit in the corner of my eyes. I've been talking to myself, seeing things that aren't there, and just plain old hearing things. One night I was sleeping in our living room on the couch. Turned over toward the back of the couch with my back to the living room. I hear clearly my name being called from behind me, and you can imagine the fear. The kind of fear where you're locked in place and the only thing that's going to make you move is your pure willpower to do so. Of course, I end up turning around at that point, but holy fucking shit. I see something at the last moment run down the hall, and what I thought I saw was like a huge, cat's tail, big around as my arm. I jump up and run to my parents' room, and I'm assuming he means rat's tail. I remember everything so vividly. The mattress on the floor, the dresser's placement, even what TV show was on. I look over to my mother's side of the bed and what looks like a half rat, half man thing sitting on my mom's side of the bed on all fours like a dog. It turns quickly and looks at me. I remember its eyes were bright white. Then it just fades away, literally dematerialized before me. I drop to the ground and scream loud enough to wake my parents, and my mom immediately gets up and hugs me. To this day, I have no idea what in the fuck happened, but after that last instant, everything cleared up. I could have been a paranoid schizophrenic. Or just plumb out of my mind, but I've never had a problem with hallucinations ever since. If anybody's had any explanations, whether it be spiritual or scientific, I wouldn't mind the feedback. Ask Reddit. I had a streak of 3 dreams at my ex-girlfriend's apartment. I was driving the car on the highway. My ex is the passenger. I suddenly slammed the car on the incoming car because I'm mad that we're having this, I suddenly slammed the car on... Well, apparently he slams the car on incoming car because I'm mad and we're having this impossible fight. I wake up, kept the dream for myself, started questioning myself about my mental health. I never had any manifestations of some sorts. Second night, I'm passenger. Same results, same behavior, second morning. Third night, random dude in the car, blonde short hair, blue eyes, metrosexual look. Dude starts saying weird shit that I don't actually remember. Random car, destroy mine. I wake up. Girlfriend at the time and I are going on this camping trip. We pack her shit. Once all the gear's in the car, I asked her if she wants to drive. She says no. I'm scared shitless of turning suddenly psycho and double homicide the both of us. I keep my cool for the whole ride. We camped for a week. We had a great time. We get back at her place and she asked, since we spent a whole week together, I'd like to have a week for myself. I'm like, okay. Starting to have a really weird feeling. We had no sex in this whole camping trip. So do days go by. No answers to my casual text. 4 days, no callback. At the 7th day, I opened the local news website. Main story. A torso found in a suitcase in NDG. The picture featuring this headliner. Her car, her plate, and this is the corner of her apartment block. Got at her place as soon as possible. By running up the staircase of that 4-level block, I've spotted the police ribbons at 204. She's at 404. I get at level 4. Slowly walked at the door. Some sexy time behind that door. Confused, I knock. Sudden dead silence. Knock a minute later. Whispers. She opens, messy hair, messy bed, and a pair of guy's shoes in the hall. It's a 1-room apartment and I'm standing in the middle of the place. I'm asking the guy to leave and he does. She spills the beans. It's been 4 months that she's cheating. We break up and when I walk out I realize that I've caught my girlfriend cheating on me because of a psycho killer in Montreal. She was too busy banging that dude when the cops were calling on her cell to ask her to move her car to the crime scene. Torso was found in the back alley in a suitcase near a dumpster near her car. So the dreams at 404, the murder at 204, the cheating at 404. That is terrible. Texas Demon House. Okay guys, I lived in this house for about 7 years and I have a lot of stories from it, so sorry if this is long. I have ADHD, so I tend to ramble on, but I'm going to keep it chronological and as structured as I can. Let me know if you want part 2. Some background information. This is in a small town in central Texas. The house is a 1-story, 3-bedroom, 2-bath with a front and back living room, a nice-sized backyard with a palm tree, a gazebo, and a shed converted into a bar. It was right across the street from a Catholic church, a cemetery, and after we moved out, we found out the property used to be an orphanage in the 60s. It shut down because before it was a funeral home with a crematorium, and that the orphanage was using to dispose of the bodies of the malnourished or abused children living there. We, being me and my immediate family, we were initially hired to clean up the house after the previous tenants trashed it. And by trashed it, I mean trashed. Carpet, when we cleaned it, it was a light beige color. Started out black. There were human-sized holes in the walls as if somebody was slammed repeatedly all throughout the house. Dead chickens and other small animals were all over the floor, along with black candles, pentagrams on the walls and floors, and some mystery blood smeared on the back of the closet on the master bedroom. Gotta love mystery blood. How'd we feel comfortable enough moving in after all this that we found? Well, when it cleaned up, it was a really nice place, and the rent was only $450 a month. We should have known just based off the low rent. I'd still do it. First instant. It was our first day in the house. I had most of my stuff in already, so my parents told me to wait at the new house while we went to our old house with my siblings to get more stuff. I decided to take a nap after putting a few things on my dresser. In the center of the dresser, I put a Mary candle my mom had given me. Might be important to note that the most satanic stuff was found in the master bedroom that had a walk-in closet, a dressing room, and its own bathroom. This room became my room, because everybody else was too scared to even set foot in it, including my parents. The whole 7 years that we'd lived there, the only time anybody else had, well, but me, set foot in a room was before we moved in while we were cleaning the house. My little brother got the middle bedroom, and my little sister got the room next to his at the end of the hall next to the other bathroom, and my parents opted to turn the back living room into their bedroom. After arranging my stuff in the dresser, I laid on the bed and took a nap. I was waiting for my family to return for more stuff. Not 2 minutes after I shut my eyes, the candle slid off the right side of the dresser to the floor with a thud. I was a little freaked out, but as I was by myself, I tried not to. So I tried rationalizing it, saying it was the wind or my dresser is crooked or slanted. I checked the dresser by pulling it away from the wall a smidge and putting a ball in the center to see if it rolled. It didn't. Then I checked all the doors and windows to make sure that there wasn't a draft or something. Put the candle back in the center, laid back down. Not a minute or so after I shut my eyes, the candle slid off to the left side this time, like somebody was sliding it and fell. I said, nope. Ran outside, waited on the porch till my family got back. When they questioned while I was outside, because it was summer and Texas is hellishly hot in summer, I replied that I wanted some fresh air and sun, trying to play it off so they wouldn't think I was crazy. Second incident. This was after we'd been living there for a few months. I was asleep in my room and the door was open because it made me feel better, and the rest of my immediate family were gathered in my sister's room down the hall telling each other ghost stories. It was close to Halloween. My mom said something along the lines of, "Y'all better stop telling that stuff before something happens." And right after she said that, my door slammed shut and I started screaming. Side note. When I was younger, I used to sleep talk and walk a lot, especially if there's paranormal activity in the house, as this wasn't the last time we lived in a haunted house, unfortunately. My mom urged my stepdad to go check on me, but he just said, "You go fucking check on her." So eventually they both came in to check on me. They said once they opened the door, they saw me sitting up in bed with my eyes open, but glassy, not focused on anything. I kept saying, "Get off me, get me help." They were too scared to enter the room, so from the door they switched on a light and said, "Get out." At that moment, they said a black cloud lifted off of me. I fell back in bed with my eyes closed, fast asleep. They freaking left me there because they were too scared. Told me about it in the morning. I knew they weren't lying because the dream I had the night before matched up with what they were saying. They both looked kind of pale when they were telling me. Scaredy cat jerks, leaving me in there. Yeah. Incident 3. We have a family friend named Donnie Ray. And for some background on him, he's a family friend as long as I can remember. But some would say he was a bit of an odd character. He distrusted cars with a passion, so he rode his bike everywhere, even if it was 30 miles away. He also lived in an abandoned house and used a toilet seat over the bucket. Indeed, Gecko. Since there's no actual toilet, and set up his own irrigation up near a stream to the house so we could have water. He was a kind soul, and we loved him, and loved when he came to visit us. We mostly went to visit him, but sometimes he'd kind of bike the 25 miles himself as a surprise visit. On this particular day, he came in the morning, and by midday, me, my mother, and Donnie Ray were chilling on the front porch while they were drinking mixed drinks. I had my sweet tea. My mom finished her drink and asked Donnie Ray if he wanted another. She was about to go inside and make her another. He said, "Sure, why not?" She went inside. Not 30 seconds later, my mom came from the side of the house with different clothes on, walked up towards us. And what's weird about that is, to come from the side of the house, she would have had to go all the way through the back door and then come all the way around. So what we said was, "What are you doing? I thought you were going to make drinks." She said, "Don't worry about that. We can just talk." She proceeded to talk about death and suffering, kind of in a laughing manner as if she found it enjoyable. We didn't say anything while she talked because we were still wondering how she changed her clothes that fast. Suddenly, in the middle of her talking, she said, "I gotta go," sprinted around the side of the house. Not 30 seconds after that, my mom came back through the front door with 2 drinks in her hand and her original clothes on. We both stared back and she was like, "Why are y'all tripping?" We told her that she had come around the house with different clothes on, talking crazy. She, of course, didn't believe us, thought we were playing a joke on her. We dropped the subject and went back to chilling. How? After a bit, I wanted to go ride my bike. My mom was pretty strict growing up, so the only place I could ride my bike was the church and cemetery parking lot across the street. I begged CaptainTreyD to come with me, since none of my school friends were allowed over, so I wanted the company while he was there. My mom told me no, of course, but he said it was all right, and we set off to ride bikes around the parking lot. That was as far as I could go. After a while, he said, "Hey baby, I want to show you something in a little bit." I said, "Okay, let's go to the grotto first." We biked down to the grotto behind the church. He sat on a bench there and he asked what the grotto was for. I told him you could pray or just think if you want. We sat in silence for a few minutes till he said, "Follow me." He led me down to the cemetery part and we stopped in front of a grave. He said, "That's my brother right there. He died when he was a young man." I said, "I'm sorry, CaptainTreyD. What was he like?" He told me and then started crying and said, "The angels have been talking to me and they say that he's waiting for me." I asked, "What do you mean?" "I'm gonna die soon, sweetheart. The angels have been telling me for a while now." I said, "Are you sick?" "No, I'm not, and I don't know how I'm gonna die. I just know my time's coming soon." I was like, "No, you're not gonna die, CaptainTreyD. It's okay. It'll be okay. It's okay to be scared." We hugged and stood there in silence for a little bit, then wordlessly we came back to the house. We spent a few more hours, then biked back home. Incident 4. A few months after that weird day, we were about to go to sleep when my stepdad got a call. It was CaptainTreyD's mother telling us that he'd gotten hit by a drunk driver while on his bike. They couldn't even find all of his body parts. That's how hard he got hit. Everybody started crying and freaking out, and suddenly a trash can in the kitchen we were all staring at started shaking. We froze and my stepdad screamed, "Leave now, you're not welcome here." And it stopped. After a few minutes of all of us standing around miserable, we shuffled off to bed and I thought back to what CaptainTreyD had told me. Cried into my pillow all night. Rest in peace. Moving into a haunted house. I, a 29-year-old female, am in the final stages of purchasing an old farmhouse. It's a humble 100-year-old house on 157 acres. It's in rural northern Canada. It's a 3-hour move from my current place, which I had to unfortunately leave due to a physically abusive relationship. This area stood out to me as it's relatively close to where my grandparents lived and farmed. It's perfect, and everything I want in a home. Yesterday I had a tour of the property with the current owner who's lived there for the last 10 years. The house has 2 doors, and when I asked why he doesn't use the side door that has a large mudroom, he casually mentioned his daughter in the early 20s is scared of the basement. He kind of joked and said, "What, was there ghosts?" To which he replied, "Yes, actually there is." My next question were, are they good or bad? He reassured me they were good. He then told me he sees a man downstairs sometimes, and occasionally sees him outside walking toward the shop. There's a woman that spends her time in the kitchen when he sees her. He's never seen the children, but he often hears them playing outside. I asked if there was a family tragedy that occurred on the property. He said that the only story he knows of was the original owners who built and homesteaded there pretty much, and they lost a child at a young age. And because it was winter, they had to store him in the cistern in the basement for the winter until the ground thawed. I didn't have any negative feelings in the house. I did feel a sense of comfort, but I've had bad energies in the house previously, so I can't lie and say I'm not a little bit nervous. A good friend of mine is a clairvoyant, and I brought it up to her. She assured me that they're not harmful spirits, and they have attachments to their first home. She said she sensed that they liked me. She went on to say that the current owner advised me of them out of respect for them. There's no disclosure laws of haunted houses where I live, and as long as I live with respect to them, everything will be good. Is there anything I should be mindful of when moving in? Anything I should do? Any kind of smudge or anything I should place in the home? I've heard not to put a mirror facing my bed. I'm just wondering if there's anything else I could do. I don't want to push them away, but I don't want to open myself to anything negative either. This really is a first for me, purposely moving into a place with known entities living in it. I will also say I live alone for the majority. I have dogs and cats and a new boyfriend who seems kind of a little uneasy about this news. However, my mantra the last few months has been, I am capable of anything. I got out of an abusive relationship that should have killed me, and here I am. I've been living my life with a newfound empowerment, so I feel confident I can get through whatever life throws at me. That's a lot of land. Wishing you luck. I lived in a haunted house when I was a child. Has anyone experienced something like this? When I was around 7 or 8, I lived in a haunted house. Not the type of person who believes in many things beyond scientifically proven stuff, but I used to live in a home that had been around for around 60 years. And I truly believed there was something there. My bedroom was upstairs in the middle of the hallway. My brother was down the corner. My parents slept downstairs. Every time I would go to bed, I would always hear whispers directly in my ear, but I could never make out any actual sentences and convinced myself I was just imagining things. However, things got worse as I began to feel blowing on my neck and the feeling of tickling on my head, neck, and back. As time went on, it turned into the sensation of somebody pressing me down, scratching me lightly, but obviously nobody was there. I also used to hear footsteps and see shadowy figures here and there in the middle of the night as I always woke up randomly. I had a difficult time sleeping and staying asleep. I also used to misplace things a lot. Like I'd put something somewhere in my room and then I'd come back and it'd be somewhere else. The energy in my room was so heavy and tense. I don't know how to explain it, but I always avoided being in there. Something about it always gave me physical discomfort and anxiety without reason. Told my parents, and we soon moved out a year or so later. Discussing with my mom a few years later, and she told me that she called a medium without my knowledge. She found that there was apparently a ghost of a woman who was confused and stuck in my floor. I'm glad she'd told me when I got older because I would have been terrified had I known at the time. Once we moved out, I've never experienced anything like it since. The one and only time I've ever done an EVP session, and also the reason I will never participate again. A few weeks ago, my best friend and I were hanging out. We drove to a park to enjoy our lunch. He was telling me about this program and app that he downloaded on his tablet. It supposedly uses frequencies to detect spirits and can decode what is said if they say anything. He said he's had sessions a few times and had success and wanted to know if I was interested in seeing how it works, to see if there's anything to be found at the park. He pulled up the program on his tablet, asked if anybody was around and would be interested in talking. The program picked up a presence, and the word that came across was reference. My friend asked what it meant, and the next word was drafts. My friend asked if a spirit was a writer in life or liked the hobby as writing. Spirit said writer. My friend got excited and asked what kind of things did the spirit like to write. Spirit said removal. Confused, my friend asked what was meant by removal. Spirit said Tom. My friend had asked if the spirit was named Tom or if there was somebody by the name of Tom, and the spirit wanted to talk about it. Spirit said metal. My friend had asked if the spirit meant metal music, and asked what kind of music I'd like to listen to. Now, my friend and I had never asked anything disrespectful or invasive and wasn't in any way trying to upset the spirit. I remained silent the whole time watching the screen and listening to this all go down. The next thing the spirit said was murder. When I saw that word, my heart rate spiked. I mean spiked up high, and it kept rising. I didn't feel okay, and it felt like an electrical bolt went through my body. It was the weirdest sensation. And I told my friend that we needed to go now and to the hospital. I'm in my 30s without any heart problems or blood pressure problems, so this was alarming to me, and pretty out of the ordinary, especially because everything was normal before the spirit said murder. As we peel out of the parking lot heading toward the hospital, I begin to feel better, and the further we get away from that park and whatever that was that we contacted. We pulled into the hospital lot. I was back to normal. Felt jittery a bit from the, electrical shock sensation that went through my body, and out of it from being worn from the major heart rate increase. After sitting another few minutes, I was completely fine, like nothing had happened. Whatever that thing was decided to come after me, and I didn't even do anything. I'd asked my friend if he felt anything, and he said no. After the spirit had said murder, my friend even went silent and said, oh, because he didn't really know what to say at that point. I don't know why it came after me or what even happened back there, but I'm not interested in doing that ever again. I'm afraid if I ever do another session, that same thing will happen or worse. But if something were to happen to another person, I can't bear to think if something happened to my friend or anyone else. Has this happened to anyone else? Any idea on what might have come after me? My sixth sense is that, while I've never seen any proof of any of these phone apps, especially when it comes to audio having any legitimacy. That coming from an audio technician standpoint, anyway. Haunting experiences in our first rental home. Back in 2007, my wife and her 2 young children moved into our first house that we rented. It had sat empty for about 5 or so years. It was built in 1902. It was so old that the main beam in the Michigan basement was a tree log. That's where the builder carved into it and put in cross beams. Went over one day to open it up and do a deep clean before moving in. Our landlord said that he'd be dropping by to drop off rental agreements that we signed. I was on the main floor when I heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Called out his name, but I got no response. The footsteps stopped. I went upstairs and heard and felt the closet door shut. That was in our soon-to-be daughter's room. I opened the door and there was no one. So I went back down and explained that we were a young family and that we mean no harm. I gave a cautious warning that if it were to hurt my family, I would do everything possible to remove whatever was here. Big mistake. About 3 months into living there, we went away for the weekend. Upon coming home, I was carrying our daughter upstairs and my wife bringing up her infant son. I opened her bedroom door and a black cat was sitting on her bed. Ran past us, scaring my wife. I was able to chase it to the patio where my wife shut the door behind us. It had ran behind her stroller, so I opened the outside door and she moved the stroller. No cat. We searched her house for over 2 hours after that. Still no cat. About 2 months after that, I was in our dining room on the computer. That's when I felt a cold chill. Suddenly, my wife let out a scream, and the door to the basement slammed shut. I immediately ran to see her. When I entered the room, she was so pissed at me, asking, "How and why did you do that?" I asked, "What's wrong?" My wife replied, "You opened the basement door, peeked your head out at me, and gave me an evil smile." We both sat in silence, realizing that the only entrance to the basement was right in front of us. We moved out a month later. Good move. 2 recent experiences. I had my first paranormal encounter in March of last year. I was 8 months pregnant with my daughter when me and my husband and some of our good friends went on a trip away. Ended up at an old Asylum night tour. Now, I'm somebody who always wanted to believe in spirits and all that stuff. I've always wanted to have an experience myself. I was taking photos all throughout the tour, hoping to capture something. Didn't have any luck. When we were about halfway through the tour, the guide pulled me aside and said that this next area is where the male patients were kept, and that they've been known to gravitate to pregnant women. So if I'm feeling uncomfortable, I can leave at any point. I brushed it off like, yep, no worries. I was actually a bit excited. Went into a part of this building and we had to turn off all of our torches. Within seconds, something grabbed my arm. I spin around thinking somebody in our group did it as a joke, but no one was there. I turned to my husband and this rush of emotion came over me, like panic, anxiety, and sadness. I burst into tears and had a full-blown panic attack. I couldn't breathe. The guide had to escort me out of the building. I rejoined the tour and went into another area. Same thing. Lights went off and something was brushing against my cheek and my leg. But no emotions associated with it. I just waited for the lights to come back on and told my husband I wanted to get out. I had nightmares and still feel so uneasy about the feelings with that first experience. The second experience happened last night. I was at my mom's house bathing my daughter, as I'd done many times before. I was in the bathroom with my little girl waiting for their massive spa to fill. And I sat on the edge of the tub. As I was sitting, I felt a pressure like a jolt of electricity about halfway down the center of my back. I heard an audible gasp right next to my ear. Mind you, nothing was there except a wall about 60 centimeters away. Once again, I felt panicky, hot and clammy. I got instant goosebumps all over my body. Looked down at my daughter, who didn't look like she had noticed anything. Tried to lean up against things to reenact the feeling and sound, but there's no explanation. I felt a tingling electricity in the one spot on my back for hours after. Went straight out and asked my mom if she had anything like that happen in the house, but she hadn't. Something sinister lived in my house. Now that that's out of the way, I will build some background. So I had a roommate named Adrienne Michaels. You can look her up if you'd like. We were very close friends. She needed a place to live, so we moved in together. I was pregnant and we celebrated every aspect of my pregnancy together. She made an appointment to freeze her eggs because she was in her late 20s. She didn't believe her eggs would be good by the time she was ready to have a baby. I'm giving these details so you can see what situations that we found ourselves in. A few days after my due date, her service cat alerted me I was going to be sick. Sure enough, I was. Went to the doctor just to be safe. For reasons I won't get into, at least on this post, they illegally held me there and coerced me into having an unnecessary C-section, which was my greatest fear. 3 weeks later, I was in a spiral of depression, unable to do my usual tasks. I usually cooked and cleaned for her. She spiraled into her ED and lost a lot of weight very quickly. And she quit exercising. Another thing I won't talk about in detail on this post, but may detail later. She had a very bad day, and that's the night she died. So after, we had to move. Our first day looking, we found a 2-bedroom house on the lake for $750 a month. Similar houses were going for $1,400 plus at the time, so we felt extremely blessed. We were the only applicants, and the owner said his wife couldn't handle living in the house but wouldn't explain why. So we moved in. Without a few days, the place started feeling unsafe. We felt like we were being watched. The place really obviously wasn't under surveillance, but it felt like a spiritual thing. I've always been kind of sensitive to spirits, and here was no exception. It started pretty benign, like feeling like I wasn't alone in the kitchen, the laundry room. That was fine. We just figured maybe Adrienne was stopping by. I would never talk to her, or rather I would talk to her sometimes and tell her I'd miss her. But then the dreams started. Pretty standard dreams usually. Feeling like my daughter was in danger. Feeling like I was falling. Seeing shadows in my lucid dreams. But I had a dream about Adrian. She was sitting drinking tea, and after a tearful reunion, she told me that it wasn't safe to be where she was. She had to leave. Something kept lurking in the shadows. She told me not to look for it, because it's going to cause me even greater pain. When I woke up, my baby was screaming in her crib. There were really huge ants all over. She'd been bitten a few times, and it was winter. There were no ants in the house that we knew of. We kept the place really clean. Put out ant poison, but we never figured out where they came from. Never saw them again. They vanished. My chinchillas would bark a lot. They'd normally been quiet. Soon after I was cleaning, I found what looked like a bloody handprint in the closet. I took photos, but they were in my old computer, which I can't turn on anymore. The handprint was very clearly that of a child. When we moved in, I put all of Adrian's stuff in the spare room and I never went in there. Her parents took only her photos and her cat, so we had the rest of her life in this room. I was organizing the room when I opened the closet. I saw an attic bolted shut and painted over. I could see it hadn't been opened since it had been repainted, but in the back corner of the closet was a tiny chair built in. I got spooked immediately by something falling off the table in the other room. So I went out and took care of that, shut the door and didn't go back in there. And that night was the first night I saw something. My husband was in the bedroom changing the baby. We were talking. The kitchen has a view into the laundry room. I saw him in there and was talking to him. I went into the bedroom to put something away to find that he was actually in there. I was extremely unsettled by this because I'd never seen anything pretend to be someone I loved. But after this experience, I had my very religious mother go through with some church friends and bless the place. It still felt like I was being watched, but I was able to ignore it now. By the time my baby started walking, I spiraled again into depression. I always kept the blinds closed and lived in the dark. Seldom did I even have the TV on. My husband worked 12-hour shifts, 5 days a week to keep up with the bills and things. My mom was over a lot, but I quit cleaning and I can't remember a lot of it, honestly. I felt immense guilt that my roommate died because I couldn't be better for her, which rationally I know isn't correct, but I really messed up during this time. It was deep winter when I felt this extreme chill, like all the doors were suddenly open at once. My scented candle flickered and almost went out, but I couldn't move. I was holding my sleeping baby, and out of the corner of my eye I saw something crawling on the floor. It was large like a man, but the proportions were off and his arms were way too long. It was walking towards us, and everything in me was screaming not to look at it. I could see it coming toward me, but the entryway door opened and my husband came home early to surprise me with dinner. I told him about it later, and I could think about it. I saw the figure several more times. There's nothing we could do, or at least didn't end for a few more months. So we sucked it up and dealt with the fear. I looked into the history of the house, and one of the people who lived there was a police chief. They were jailed for abusing his daughter. It was a trap house at one point, too. Somebody had been killed nearby. There's probably a lot of experiences I had in that house that I shut out of my mind. But this is everything that really stands out to me now. The house felt suffocating at times, and like I was being pushed out. The landlord had a second house available for only $450 a month, so we moved out the day after we found out about the other rental place. No one stays living there long. Most people have stayed about 4 months before they leave. Since the events of this story, my life has improved incredibly. I haven't had a single bout of depression since living there, and I have 3 children who are all very happy and healthy. My oldest sees ghosts and has a past life memory. She tells me about it often, but I'll save that for a future post. I've been meaning to write this for over 6 years now. If you read it all, thank you. You're welcome. I appreciate getting it off my chest. It's been a long journey. Ask Reddit. I have several paranormal stories, as the women in my family are particularly sensitive to the other side. I grew up in a haunted house where the activity centered particularly around my bedroom. I would awake in the middle of the night to hear sounds of pages fluttering. Think what it would sound like if you dropped a large bucket filled with books off of a tall building. That's what it sounded like. I would always investigate, but was never able to find the source of this sound. The story I'd like to tell here, however, pertains to the house my boyfriend and I went to view as we went to the market to buy. While the house was a dream come true, something felt utterly wrong there. I kept these things to myself as we progressed through each room, but somehow I just couldn't shake the feeling that there was a sinister presence in that house. After feeling so overwhelmed by this negative energy, I told my boyfriend that we couldn't live there because I felt an overwhelming darkness. It was as if there were several unhappy spirits in every room. Imagine an unknown source making the air so thick you feel like you're trudging through a dense forest in the middle of the night. I was consumed with this feeling. My boyfriend, who's not really a believer in the paranormal, just kind of brushed it off and we left. Unable to shake the feeling, I did some research on the property. I was so sure something dark was living there, and upon a quick Google search, it turns out that the house actually used to be the town morgue. When it was sold, the builder remodeled the entire thing into a home before putting it up for sale. My boyfriend was shocked and couldn't explain away the coincidence. The morgue was where the dead would go after their final breaths. I can only assume that some of them died by violence. That was the first time that my sensitivity to the paranormal actually had some facts to back it up. My friend and I encountered someone or something at camp. To give context, I'm from a small country in South America. I attended a religious school. This was every year. You'd go to some sort of a spiritual getaway in a camp situated in an open field next to a small river, in this sort of forested mountain area. Said place is beautiful, but gives a kind of an off vibe, like it's lost in time due to its very old structures. Because of this, the place has been shrouded in mysteries and horror stories. It doesn't help that the whole town was once burned to the ground in a very gruesome war that almost wiped my country off the map in the 1800s. So here's what happened. It was my last year in school, our last camp. After a long day of all my classes, I was tired from hiking. The forest next to the camp was like after dinner. Short stay at a campfire, we were sent to bed. My class was made mostly up of women. We were very few men. Only 6, including me, so we had the whole dorm hall for us. This dorm, which was housing only for 16s, was a long hall full of bunks made for at least 40 people. Since we didn't have to really share, we all chose top bunks next to each other. 3 on my side, including me, and 3 in the room facing me. It was about midnight. We would just lie there talking, joking, and laughing in the dark since the lights were out. After a couple of minutes, I fell asleep. I woke up at what I would assume was between 2 and 3 a.m. I rose my head from the sheets to see my best friend in his bunk in front of me also raising his head. He nods jokingly to the bunk next to him where another classmate was sleeping. When I turn, I see a silhouette of my classmate just standing, staring at his bed. I laugh quietly and nod to my friend as to play a prank on him. Then before we could act, I see the silhouette crouch and notice that my classmate was fully asleep in his bed. Almost at the same time, my friend and I react and look at each other wide-eyed. Both of us cover ourselves in sheets, doing our best to fall asleep. Somehow we managed to do so. The next morning I went straight to my friend, and before I could finish asking if he saw it, he just interrupted with a big yes. Told me exactly what he saw. It was the same thing. We approached this classmate and explained it to him, and of course he thought we were just joking. Both me and my friend remember that event to this day, talking about it every now and then, almost 7 or 8 years after it happened. Oak Alley Plantation. In May of 2013, I went on a tour to Oak Valley Plantation in Louisiana. It was late in the day and we were the next on the last tour. At the start of the tour, our guide mentioned that the house was in its original condition, except for a few replaced window panes. After we toured the upstairs, he went out some French doors onto the upper wraparound porch. I hung back as my group went around the corner so I could take a couple of pictures of the Oak Alley. When I went to catch up with my group, I was walking along the porch and I noticed a window that had different types of glass panes, remembering that the guide had said I stopped to examine the glass. As I was standing there looking at the window, the sheer curtain on the inside moved, like somebody had run their hand across the curtain. I immediately went back to the house to see if I could see anything in the room that might have caused the curtain to move. But the window I had been looking at was in the closed room between the two open bedrooms. I heard the final tour group starting to come up the stairs, so I went back to my group. The tour was over at that point, so I asked the guide what was in that closed room. She said it was a small room that the guides used to change clothes in. I asked if there were other guides working, and she said it was only her and the guide who had been downstairs with the last tour. I asked if there was a fan in the room. She said there wasn't. I asked if she could think of anything that might have caused the curtain to move, and she couldn't. Ask Reddit. This one needs a little backstory. When I was about 14 or 15, I'm 20 now, I was living with my grandparents, my mom, my younger sister, and my great-grandmother. I would stay up later than everyone else on the weekends and holiday watching TV while sitting on the floor of the lounge room. From where I was sitting, I could see up the hall to the first door to the hallway. This belonged to my great-grandmother. About every month or so, she would walk out of her room, look at me, and chastise me for being up so late. This was usually around 11 p.m. A week after she died, I sat in the lounge room. It was my usual spot watching TV late at night. That's when somebody walked out of her bedroom. Since I knew no one was sleeping in that room, I looked up and saw her staring at me from the hallway. She asked me, "Does your mother know you're up this late?" before shuffling off to the bathroom. When I finally got up the nerve to go to my bedroom, I had to walk past her room and the bathroom to get there. The tap had been turned on. She always forgot to turn it off. About a year later, my older sister moved into that room with her boyfriend. And aside from a few odd happenings, they had no serious encounters. Until one night they left their lava lamp turned on. They both awoke to a loud smash as the lava lamp hit the wall on the opposite side of the room. It had been yanked from the wall and thrown. We are certain of this, because of the distance and the fact that the alarm clock and keys in front of the lamp hadn't moved at all. My older sister moved from this room within a year. My younger sister moved into it. She placed posters on the wall and kept the room relatively clean. However, if I were to enter her room with or without permission, once I'd left and closed the door, her posters would get torn from the walls, and her ornaments thrown to the ground. Needless to say, I rarely entered that room afterwards. 2 years ago, just after I moved out, my older sister moved back into the house. But a different room, as my younger sister still occupied that one, placed her child in another room as well. A few months into living there, my nephew began telling tales of men who'd walk into his room and play with his toys. At first, my sister thought nothing of it, until my nephew would no longer play with his toys as the bad men played with them. She and her children then moved into the granny flat behind the house. Had no problems since. However, my second eldest sister moved into this house around the time my other sister moved into the granny flat. This sister also stayed in a different room, but she stayed in what used to be a sunroom, but had been converted to a large bedroom. She turned on her pedestal fan each night to cool herself down, and she woke night after night to find it turned off and moved to the other side of the room. She believed it was her husband and told him to stop. However, this continued. One night she woke and found and turned off, and she rolled over to wake her husband to tell him off for turning off the fan, and it began to slide across the floor. She stared at it, saw no one beside it. She checked to make sure her husband was in fact beside her in the bed. Of course he was. She turned on the lamp beside her and the sliding stopped. I know you only asked for one story, but I thought I'd share just a few of the paranormal occurrences I've experienced. Apologize for the mass amount of text, but the things listed here barely even scratch the surface of the things experienced by myself and my sisters, not only in that house, but in others as well. Was it a ghost? I just want to start by saying I don't believe in ghosts. That being said, I work the night shift, so I'm up at night all the time, even on my days off. I'm also a horror nut. I love a good scare, but I know it's all BS. About 1 week ago, I was home alone playing games one night. That's when it started storming. My daughter's scared of thunder, so I got off the game and brought her to bed with her mom. I decided to watch TV in the living room until I was ready for bed. Turned off the lights and turned on #body problem. It was around 5:30 a.m. when I first heard noise behind me. I looked back expecting my daughter or dog, but there was nothing. I ignored it and continued watching TV in the dark. About 10 minutes later, I felt something grab my ankle, almost like a small dog or cat trying to play. Shook my foot and looked down, expecting my wiener dog, but there was nothing. Got up and turned on the light, not quite scared, but confused. I looked around and didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Found my dog asleep in bed with my daughter and her mom. I watched TV with the lights on for about 20 minutes. Nothing happened. I turned off the light, settled back in. About 5 minutes in, I felt something touch my head. I turn around calmly and see nothing. Get up and turn the light back on, sit back down and watch TV. 20 minutes later and nothing. Turn the light off again. 5 minutes later, I feel something touch my head again. This continues about 3 more cycles until I quit. Stood in my living room and stared into all the shadows trying to see anything. I didn't in fact see anything, and since then, I've noticed more unexplained sounds in the house. Extremely vivid dream. So for context, I've always been extremely sensitive to spirits and other supernatural, for back of the letter term, happenings. But this situation shook me to my core. I'm pretty certain it's going to be my Roman Empire of cold cases. Last night I had a dream that I was hanging out with a girl named Haley and another man. We were driving around and went out to lunch. She and I were apparently close friends, so much so that we were planning a trip to Germany. She was blonde, very pretty, taller than me. I'm 5'1". The man spoke occasionally, but his face was very blurry. Could never quite make out what he was saying. Anyways, at one point we make a stop at a gas station that looks like it's in the middle of nowhere. When I ask the attendant where we are, he says, "Oh, we're in Mississippi near Buren." And being from Texas, I was very confused, but fast forward. We're standing at the drink station. There's a big TV next to the machines, and I see Haley's face on it with a body found, but the name is jumbled. I look at her and I'm like, "Haley, are you dead?" She just laughs and goes, "You're so silly." Told her to look at the screen, she wouldn't. She just ignored it. Then I hear this voice, my voice. It's telling me to wake up over and over until I finally did. When I woke up, I grabbed my phone and searched Buren, Mississippi. There's a ghost town called Van Buren. Then I searched Haley dead Mississippi, trying to convince myself that it was just a very weird dream and I'm wrong. First result is Haley Silas, cold case that I'd never seen in the news or heard until today. She apparently called 911 from a gas station day before she got killed, and that was 2 hours from Van Buren, and there's a massive national forest in between. I don't know what to do with this. I don't know if there's anything I can do with this. I'm trying to find more information online, but the fact that the police don't seem to care and a strange man had her phone and it was answering it after she died, nothing's adding up. Maybe I'm crazy, but I swear I never saw anything about her until today. I've never even heard of Van Buren. I'm sorry, Haley. You didn't deserve what happened to you. I'll pray for you. You never told me if she matched the description in your dream, and I want to know. So I think I'm haunted. So I'm reading on my phone. It's like 11 p.m. I feel something hop onto my bed. Not unusual, my cat does it all the time. I reach out to pet her and there's nothing there. Suddenly my hand feels significantly colder. I'm like, alright, probably just my imagination. Turn on my side and continue reading and feel the same cold on my bicep. I say, but out loud, well, that's not ominous. I hear a faint no in the back of my head. Close my eyes, and you know how you can tell if there's a light in front of your eyes when it's closed? It was there, but it was like something in between me and the light. It was around the edges of my vision. I then say, well, I guess I'm haunted now. Then in the same voice and tone in the back of my head, I hear friend. I then proceed to feel that cold on my arm from time to time for like an hour and hear slow or done when I was scrolling through the story. Or maybe I was reading too slow. Positive experience for years. I've always been linked somewhat to the spiritual world. Ever since I was a child, I had dreams of deceased loved ones. People I've never met. Stuff happening in my room. Someone talking to me but being alone. So I was always open and did my research since learning how to read. It always felt like I was a magnet of some sort of stuff like that. After I met my husband, I learned he also is linked to the spiritual world, but only through his deceased grandpa, who wasn't with us anymore for 13 years at the time I met my husband. He didn't indulge further in it, but he is a believer. Over the years, I heard stories about this grandpa, a great man, but I only ever knew his nickname, never his full name. We couldn't visit his grave, so I didn't see his name there either, which will be relevant. We had so much encounters throughout the years, all harmless. Just like somebody saying, hello, I'm here, only to be gone after. Sometimes they would stay and mess with stuff, but left after being told to go. So nothing special, really. Then we hit a rough patch in our marriage, and coincidentally my brother-in-law had to move in with us for a few months. He was bad news all around, but I only learned that after everything and my husband didn't know either. After staying with us for a week, stuff happened. Bad stuff. Kid being too scared to go in any room alone, screaming whenever it got a little bit darker, dreaming bad dreams, electronics acting up. But still, I didn't see or feel anything. I was at a complete loss what was happening. I never had an experience like that. So, one day at a dinner, calm washed over me, familiar feeling with someone present. Then my little one looked up, way too far up for anybody standing there, and laughed, saying grandpa. When asked, they said their grandpa was just somebody old enough to be a grandpa with white hair and glasses. At that point in time, we didn't know who it could be, and I didn't know how my hubby's grandpa looked like. This didn't even ring any bells. About half an hour later, my brother-in-law just came home and started eating. My little one looked up again, screamed at the top of their lungs, and then we heard it. 3 short knocks against a metal bowl in my KitchenAid on the top of the hanging cabinets. It mocked the Holy Trinity. We looked at each other and didn't know what to do, and then, because it wasn't acknowledged, my KitchenAid was moved. Those things are heavy, and we have suction cups at the bottom so they can't move without a little bit of force. We noped out of there as fast as we could. My hubby and I later returned without L.O. and B.I.L., brother-in-law. What is L.O.? As soon as we entered, I somehow saw a name in my head that I didn't know. Couldn't link to a nickname. Hadn't ever seen it written like that. I also saw a face I didn't recognize, but I felt calm again. So I knew whoever it was meant no harm. There was also a distinct smell in the air. My husband could smell it also. I later learned that he knew that smell, but couldn't place it, so he didn't think much of it at the time. We packed stuff and went to my in-laws. There I saw a picture of my husband's grandpa for the first time, and it clicked. He wanted me to know that he was watching and trying to protect us. Talked to my husband about it, and we decided to contact him as safe as possible. It was a hassle, but we managed it. And while he didn't interact much with my husband, I think he was upset with him at that point in time. He did with me, like full-on touching and relaying messages in my head and messing with a candle that ruined my favorite jeans. I told my husband about the unique way his name was written, his face, everything, and he confirmed it, so we know for sure. We learned the negativity entity was bound to my brother-in-law, and he tried protecting us but couldn't do much as it fed off of my brother-in-law's negative energy. We dealt with everything accordingly, and we were safe again. But every now and then my hubby's grandpa lets us know he's here, watching and protecting, seemingly even joining in celebrations. He also let me know I was pregnant with my second before I even had symptoms. It was through a vivid dream. That man is stubborn as hell. Seems to insist to stay close. It's also nice knowing he has our backs. It's not every day, more like once every month that he lets us know he's still here. We don't want to basically evict him from our lives if he doesn't mess with us, so we let him and others be as long as no one comes near our children, which for now no one did. My dad came to see me when he passed. I'm now a 32-year-old male, a son in a family of 4, mom, dad, older brother, 39, myself. Dad was a hard-ass growing up, tough guy. Men needed to do manly stuff, play sports, etc., and needless to say, that blew up in his face with me turning out to be gay. Came out to the family when I was 23. To my surprise, he was supportive and had my back. Though through life, Dad had a bit of a drinking problem. He'd become violent verbally and physically abusive. At the time, I was too young to understand, but also not really able to do very much. 2007, Mom decided it was time to divorce. Given the struggle she's endured, I fully supported her, as well as my brother. That being said, the news didn't go down well with my dad, ending up with me holding him against a wall with my arm pushed up to his throat. That day, he moved out. With the divorce proceeding, Mom started telling us a lot of the scary things she's had to go through, and things that we weren't aware of as kids. At least I wasn't aware of. From my dad threatening her, forcing to abort a pregnancy, as well as some other scary things. Now, I have a pretty solid head on my shoulders. I know right from wrong, and I'm no fool to people who try to pull the wool over my eyes. I wouldn't say I picked sides during the divorce, but I can admit that I, for lack of a better term, disowned my dad after this. He'd try to call me on my birthday and Christmas, and I'd straight up ignore his calls, which, looking back, has left me with some guilt and some regrets. When I was 29, this was 3 years ago during my first week of living on my own. It was a Wednesday evening, doing my usual thing, either gaming or watching series or movies or just relaxing. I fell asleep and had a dream of my dad. Now, generally, my dreams of him would entail a lot of anger, animosity, and arguments between him and myself. But this time it was different, and it would be a few days until I understood why. This time I felt at peace, at ease, I was calm. He was calm, and there were no words. Kinda just the head nod you'd give someone in passing, but it felt a little bit more than that. I woke up feeling a little confused, but pretty quickly brushed it off and carried on with things. A few days later, Saturday, I'm driving to grab some lunch and my brother calls me. I answer and he tells me that they've just found my dad and he's gone. My exact response was, "Oh, okay." When the coroner came to collect the body, they said he'd most likely been gone for a few days. He lived in a separate entrance at a friend's place. Wednesday was the last anybody had seen or spoken to him. With this, as well as the dream I had, I'm certain that he passed the Wednesday evening that he came to say goodbye. Looking back, the dream and how it felt, it was almost like he wanted me not to put too much guilt on myself for how our relationship turned out, and he was accepting and forgave me. It's been a few years, and I still have a lot to unpack with my feelings and guilt around how I treated him, but I wish I could tell him or let him know that I forgive him too. If anybody heard that ding, the dinner I prepared is ready. See ya. Welcome, curious minds, to Paranormal M, your haven for all things eerie and extraordinary. Subscribe now and enable notifications. Maybe drop a comment. And be part of our community of paranormal enthusiasts. Brace yourself for a mind-bending experience. Paranormal experiences in my family home. I grew up in an old house in the UK. My family home is a 4-story terrace, just over 250 years old. It's situated on a busy street. It was originally a manor house with lots of land, but it was later split into 3 terraced homes, with more built alongside it in the late 1890s/early 1900s. There were 2 cellars, otherwise known as basement rooms, 2 living rooms on the ground floor and the kitchen. The first floor had the bathroom, my parents' bedroom, and my brother's bedroom, and the second floor was my bedroom/living space. I have experiences from being very young that I may share in the future, but for now I'll focus on some experiences that happened in my family home from me being around 15 or 16 to my early 20s. I'm not afraid of anything paranormal or unexplained. When I was around 15 or 16, I was up in my bedroom reading. It was a Saturday afternoon. I lived with my parents, my younger brother, 2 years younger, and our dog. I had no music on or the TV this day, but I could hear general muted traffic noise outside. I heard someone come downstairs, the door opening and closing and keys rattling. My mom shouted, "Hello," up to me. Told me to come downstairs because they, being my mom and dad, needed to talk to me. This is weird, as usually she'd just tell me whatever it was that I needed to know as she was shouting up to me. I asked why, and she shouted, "Just come downstairs," sort of in a frustrated tone, so I did, thinking it must have been important. I got downstairs and quickly became confused. Couldn't find them. I shouted "hello" in case they'd gone into the cellar, and this wouldn't be normal either, but nobody responded, and I was confused trying to work out where they might have gone. I thought I must have been imagining it, started to walk back upstairs, and my brother shouted down from his room asking me what Mom wanted. Guess it was weird. She called me down, really. I replied to him saying, "Did you hear her?" Obviously, I assumed he must have. I was just a bit weirded out because, well, this meant that he'd heard her too. But nobody was there, and I was second-guessing myself. He didn't respond, so I walked up to his room to talk to him about it. I opened his door, and he wasn't there either. I got this weird chill sensation and goosebumps. Started to feel spooked. So I left his room and went back downstairs, trying to make sense of what just happened. But as I got back downstairs, my mom walked in with the dog. She'd taken him on a walk. I asked her what happened and where she had gone. She was confused and assured me that she'd been out for around an hour, hadn't been back at any point. She said that my dad was at work. He'd been out since 8 a.m. and was due back in a few hours' time. My brother was at his friend's house. When I was 20, I was working in, an off-licensed convenience store. The store closed at 10 p.m. Once we closed and cashed up and cleaned, I'd get out about 10:30 p.m., home around 11, still living at home. My mom called me at 10:10 p.m. asking me where I'd gone. I was confused and told her I was at work locking up. She said that I came home 15 minutes ago. Her and my dad were in the front living room. They heard me come in. Here's some context. We used the back door to come in and out. It had 2 living rooms, one at the back, one at the front. My mom and dad would be in the front room, which was closed off from the other, and the stairs were in between. Mom said that they heard me come in and shout hello, which we normally did when any of us came home. Mom and Dad both said hello back and asked me why I was home early. They said I shouted, "So you're ignoring me then?" In sort of a joking way. They heard me walk upstairs chatting on the phone with someone. My dad then came upstairs on the first floor and shouted up to me to see why I was home early. Make sure and check if everything was okay. That's when he noticed my light wasn't on, and it was silent. He came back down and they called me, found out I hadn't been there at all. Oops. When I was around 20, that's when this next story takes place. My mom and dad were sitting in the living room quite late, 2 a.m.-ish. Heard my brother practicing his guitar in his room. This wasn't unusual, as he would often practice for hours. They were enjoying listening to him play faintly when they both remembered at the same time that he was in university, living in student accommodation 200 miles away, and he had taken his guitars with him. This next one is when I was around 22. My best friend was visiting. It was a Friday night. I had been quite unwell, so she was coming around to chill, listen to music and chat. My parents were out at a function. It was mid-January-ish. My friend went upstairs to use the bathroom next to my brother's bedroom, and when she came downstairs, she said, "Oh, he's just shouted you for something. He must have thought that I was you when I went upstairs." My brother was back at uni, and we were alone in the house. I asked her if she was certain that she heard him. She was adamant that she had, to the point that she really thought I was trying to spook her for a laugh. She knew of the above occurrences, and they freaked her out. Told her he wasn't here and that he was at uni. She didn't even believe me and demanded we go upstairs to see what he wanted. She was 100% convinced that she had just heard him, so I shouted. Obviously got no response. She said that he must have heard you, so I invited her up with me to prove he wasn't home. She confidently came with me, still certain I was joking around. We got to his room, I opened the door, and the light was off. His things weren't there, and neither was he. She turned a funny gray color and wasn't okay. My unusual experiences as a vintage/antique store employee. For context, I work at a vintage store that specializes in old antique Western American artifacts. The store is located in a wealthy part of the state, where a lot of wealthy people buy in bulk to decorate their second and third homes. This means we have a lot of sourced items being moved in and out of the store at all times. I'm not part of the sourcing. I simply sell items and help manage the store. Most, if not all, of the items obviously have energy attached to them. Not always good energy either. Within 3 months of working there, I knew it was haunted and that the resident spirits had taken a liking to me. With the coming and going of items, certain energies and events occur and stop too. Experience 1. My moment of realization. Things were sort of weird from the beginning, but I always chalked it up to being a somewhat old building. One morning I was opening the store on my own. It was the dead of winter. Everything was very dark and snowed in. The moment I walk in, it's freezing. I think the heater conked out in the night, and I go to turn it on, and I see it's working perfectly fine. The warmth it's emitting seems to be dissipating after a couple of feet. I ignore it and turn on the main floor lights. I walk downstairs where it's pitch black. This is where we keep the majority of our vintage items. Before I can turn on the lights, our music turns on at full blast. Problem is, music isn't an automatic system. I control it myself from my phone, and I had yet to turn the system on. I was the only one in the building and around the general vicinity, so no one else could have turned it on from their phone. After calming down from that scare, turn on the lights to discover that all of the pillows had been thrown off of their massive vintage leather couch. I still think it's weird, but try to rationalize it by saying maintenance must have come in the night to fix something, and they did that. I clean them up and walk upstairs again to find all the lights I've turned on. They've gone out. The light switches are switched off again, not just the power. Again, I ignore it. I turn them on again and walk outside, open the front door, and turn on the open side. This is the moment where I realized everything. Our locally made chapstick display, a heavy thing, gets completely swept off the shelf. It's like somebody aggressively pushed it off in front of me. It did not fall. The shelf didn't budge. It was pushed off. 50 to 100 chapsticks go flying everywhere, and the acrylic case shatters into pieces. The music system suddenly starts playing the music very loudly again, and I'm just frozen in shock. Things suddenly get very quiet. It was as if it or they just wanted me to finally acknowledge it. The computer screen turned on seconds later, as if telling me to get to work now. I think I stood there for a solid 10 minutes, just frozen. Experience 2. The Wall of Mirrors. This took place around 4 months ago. Our main vintage collector had brought an old vintage mirror that he'd found in different places, constructed a wall of them on the side of the stairs going down. I came back from vacation slightly horrified. I feel like mirrors just hold really bad energy, especially ones owned by other people before. It was a normal day at work helping customers, logging inventory, etc. One of the employees was working with me, and we were just casually chatting about life. Anyway, she went downstairs to help a customer with finding the price on a vintage fur coat and some artwork. It's when the customer's daughter is walking upstairs, otherwise known as passing the mirror wall, and that's when she screams. I, being the person in charge, run toward the screen to just check on everything, and this girl is inconsolable, claiming that she saw a shadowy figure in the mirror. The mom is calming her daughter, saying it's just a shadow. I investigate. I don't see anything, just the normal bad feeling I experience passing these mirrors. We help this lady and she eventually leaves with her items. A couple hours later, a different woman wants to buy a wall coat rack. It's right by the mirrors. As I'm using the drill to remove the coat rack and my coworker's holding the other end of the coat rack, her face pales. She's staring at the mirrors and can't look away. I can see her do a double take and continue to stare at them. I'm concerned and finish helping this lady out, and immediately after she leaves, I return back to my coworker who's still just staring at these mirrors. It's as if she was in a trance. I try to shake her out of it and she can't speak. It's only when she said my name and I look back at the mirrors do I see that same figure, a morphing figure. It's subtly taking on different appearances, some feminine, others masculine, no face, just features. I'm used to these things around there by now. Drag her upstairs and sort of ignore it. The rest of the day I heard from multiple customers about how they thought they were seeing things in that same mirror. One girl even threw up in the bathroom because she said she suddenly felt so sick walking downstairs. When I came back from my shift the next week, it was gone. My other coworker had informed me that it didn't sell, but one of the other employees walked down one day to find it cracked. I don't know what happened to it or where it went, but the rest of the mirrors are still there. Occasionally they like to make messes and to play tricks, throwing pillows off couches, jelly cat stuffed animals being rearranged in the night, making sounds to scare people, switch the music playing and play with the volume. Generally they're harmless, not to mention they'd love to play with their security camera system. We've had the cameras and electrical looked at 1,000,000 times and they all work fine, but things will stop recording and cut out all the time. Here are some of the more prominent stories that have happened in the last year. Experience 1. Vintage train toy moving throughout the store. I was approaching the end of my shift, which means cleaning up and organizing the store for the next day employees. I clean up our vintage toy area and walk behind shelves to organize our vintage Levi jeans rack. I hear it clatter and go to investigate, thinking something had just fallen over. Kids place things back on shelves in precarious situations and things fall all the time. Not always because of activity. I walk over to the toy corner and see a knocked over toy train. It's standing up though, and this thing doesn't run on batteries or anything, it's super old. But I watch as it starts moving at a moderate pace out of the corner and into the next little aisle section. Once again, it's just a modeled train. No strings, no batteries, no track. It stops after about 6-ish feet of movement. After my initial internal screaming, I decide to leave it there for whatever's moving it. I hesitant just kind of try to ignore it and go back to cleaning. No more sound or movement right before I close up and put the train back in its shelf. Experience 2. The Silver Ring. Basically, I sold a customer an old turquoise Native American ring. It was on sale, so no returns. A week later, she calls and begs for a return. She drives literally an hour back to the store and says that she doesn't want the ring anymore. I think someone regrets spending the money they did, I get it, but then she goes on to say things have been so weird in her house since she bought it. She said her cats were acting up, the house was making weird noises. The doors were closing on their own. I wasn't supposed to take it back due to policy, but we worked something out. She seemed so frantic. Sometimes you'd think somebody's making something up to get their money back, as it happens in retail, but she seemed so scared. And based on my experiences working at my job, I didn't doubt her. Nothing happened after we got the ring back anyway, luckily. It was sold a little bit later to a collector. We didn't hear anything after. Experience 3. The Shadowy Figure. This is not my story. It's a friend's who was visiting. She came in to visit me at work. She wanted to try on some vintage clothing, so she goes into the dressing room to try it on. And while she's doing that, I go into the next room over to show a customer the bathroom. When I come back, my friend is sort of shocked to see me walk back into the main shop area. She looks back behind the counter and then back at me confused. I can tell she's processing things. She asks, "Were you not in the back room just now?" And I'm confused, seeing I wasn't, and my coworker left early. And now my friend is very practical as a human being. She has to see it to believe it. That's her philosophy. She then goes in to explain that the back room door, which is slightly visible to customers, was halfway closed. She said that there was a shadow matching my height and size making noise back there and moving around. She said that she thought I was back there grabbing items. She thought she heard me respond and say, too at one point. And mind you, no one else back there, or no other customers had come in at that point. When I went to look, the figure was just gone. Nothing seemed out of place, but she seemed to be convinced that I was back there. Me and my sister saw a potential demon, like a man with its face melting off. So, when I was 16 and my sister was 14, we used to go to our grandma's house every day after school to take care of her barn cats. Before we went, we always stopped at this one tiny little grocery store in our town that we would get soda and little Debbie cakes and dispose of the evidence in the barn. This way our parents would get mad at us. So one day we were in the store and my sister and I were at the opposite end of the aisle, and I went to walk around the next and was looking at the floor like I always do. I have social anxiety. I avoid eye contact at all costs. So I saw a pair of worn brown boots first. Work boots like all the men in town wore. Nothing crazy. Then I saw jeans worn too. Felt like slow motion. Then I saw the hands. Swollen, bulbous, and wet. Pale white, like a dead body. I immediately felt chills run down my spine. I continued looking up and it felt like slow motion. I saw his button-down red flannel shirt. And then I saw his face. It was like it was melting. His mouth was just a black hole and I believe his eyes were too. I didn't look for more than half of a second before my flight instinct forced me to turn around and walk back down the aisle. I wanted to run, but I was so scared that he would chase me if I ran. So I very purposely kept my regular pace and walked to my sister. That was before I turned around to make sure he wasn't following me. He was not. Told my sister, "You need to go down the aisle and look to your left, right now." She's laughing, thinking it's a cute boy or something, and I'm like, "Dude, no, I'm being serious. You need to look." So she walked down, stayed a few paces behind. When she reached the end of the aisle, she froze, staring in front of her like she was seeing a ghost. And I believed that she was. Her fear response was to freeze. I said her name. She didn't react. She was completely frozen in fear. I tried again. She didn't answer. So I grabbed her arm and yanked her. We both ran as fast as we could back down the aisle and to the other side of the store. We were both shaking. I asked her what she saw. She described exactly what I had seen. It was not human. There's no way that anybody could ever convince me that it was. And the energy around it was so foul and rotten. We had both had experiences with the paranormal before, but nothing like this. We looked around to see if anybody else was scared, but everybody was just being normal like they hadn't seen it. I told her we should ask them to check the cameras, but she said no way they'd let us. They'd probably just call us crazy. I knew she was right, so we left. Then that night she woke up and saw it standing in her doorway, so she squeezed her eyes shut and didn't open them until morning. I never saw it again. I'm honestly convinced that the second time she saw it, it was sleep paralysis or a nightmare hallucination from the fear that she felt earlier. We went to a Catholic school, and so my sister was so affected by this that she went to speak to the parish priest. He was no help at all. He said people in our state, and we went to school in the next state over, people in our state are crazy. It was probably just a guy in a mask. If I've ever been sure about something in my life, I know that it was not a mask. I know. I don't know what it was, but it was not human. To this day, my sister can't speak of it. It affected her a lot. She's scared to talk about it because she's worried that she might draw it back toward her. I don't really know why I'm writing this. I guess because I need to talk to somebody about it, and the only person who'll believe me because, well, she saw it too, she won't talk about it. Please let me know your thoughts on this. For context, that was about 6 years ago now. An army experience 15 years ago. I have to preface this by saying I've had prior incidents before the one I had in my army days, and I attributed those to my imagination or my lack of sleep, simply because I was the only person experiencing them. After the incidents I had in my army bunk, everything seems more real. The army haunting happened more than 15 years ago, but I remembered it vividly like it was yesterday. I was a curious kid, always had been, fascinated by horror movies and games alike. There was a period where I would speak to them in my inner voice, tell them to show themselves to prove to me that they were real. 15 years ago, I was posted to Sergeant Training Camp. That's where the camp was supposedly built on top of a cemetery amidst a hill. I had no prior knowledge of the camp being haunted at this point. I was scheduled to be out of course and put on the top level of the accommodation on the 6th floor. On the first day there, I explored the 6th level of my accommodation. I noticed that there were a few bunks being sealed off with chains and locks and a big Chinese talisman placed in a cross placement. It was placed sort of like an X across the door. I didn't give it much thought, but immediately knew that there must be something going on here. And to note, army hauntings are not uncommon in my country. I've heard stories about them. A few days later, I was put back in the training program. I moved down to the 4th floor to join trainees. I shared a bunk with probably 12 to 14 army mates. Nothing really happened in the first few weeks. We all have a cupboard next to each one of our beds, and one night the cupboard of one of the guys started banging loudly. It was as though someone was punching it. It was like happening repeatedly for almost an hour. It always starts banging at around 22:30, and usually lasts until before midnight. When it first started banging, everyone in the bunk was afraid. We switched on the corridor lights and our room would be lit up slightly by that because of our bunks on the wall. They're sort of partitioned. The top is just windows for ventilation. We noticed that the banging stopped. However, the bunk opposite ours was complaining about the corridor lights that we switched on. They complained to the course commander, and we had to switch him off. We told him about the encounters that we had in our bunk, and he said that they would send a sergeant to check. The sergeant was a new guy posted to the camp. Came over to our bunk one night and we gathered in front of the cupboard to show him what had been really going on. We waited for a few minutes and nothing happened. Then we noticed the corridor lights were on. We proceeded to switch it off. In less than 10 seconds, the cupboard started banging right in front of our eyes. The young sergeant was pretty much in shock. Went to kick the cupboard and curse at it, thinking that that would help, and it didn't, and he left. The banging went on past midnight, and it was the loudest that we had heard so far. Through the training, we endured the banging sound, switched on the lights on some nights if we decided that it was not something we wanted to deal with. On the last week of training, I don't remember the specifics on the day, but that night I remembered we were settling down for the rest of the day. The mate who had the haunting cupboard shouted to switch on the light because he felt the cupboard was falling on him. I woke up and stared in the direction as my mates went to switch on the lights. I saw the cupboard moving and tilting by itself. It stopped a split second as the lights came on. We were past disbelief at this point. We moved the cupboard outside to the corridor locked. About 30 minutes later, we opened the door to go down for smoke. The cupboard was open wide, and the lock was on the floor. No one had been outside since we moved the cupboard outside, and only my mate has the combination to the cupboard lock. We were shocked. We were shocked about what it's able to do, and that's it's in parentheses. 1 week later, we all passed and graduated to sergeants. My biggest takeaway was this incident changed my beliefs. I do not actively seek out their presence, nor do I need affirmation at this point. My argument has always been that if the whole bunk was there to experience it, I cannot dismiss it as my imagination. The experiment conducted by my family in the 70s. I grew up in a Kardecist spiritist family in northeastern Brazil. They are always very connected to the spiritualist community in the state, conducting various experiments and research. Both of my grandparents even published books on the subject. My grandmother still publishes to this day. Among these experiments, one in the 1970s with a group of people including my father, grandparents, and uncles, they ended up being documented and was even translated into other languages. It involved the materialization of a spirit through the ectoplasm of a medium named Jose Madredo. A Dutch journalist/filmmaker documented this event at the time, showing how the preparation and materialization took place. However, the only video available, it's in Italian, and I don't speak a word of Italian, so I have no idea what's being said in the video. The woman being interviewed in the beginning is my grandmother, but because of the Italian dub running over the Dutch dub, I can barely understand what she says there. Using a special light to avoid burning the ectoplasm, the spirit took form and even interacted with the people in the room. At some point, it showed it couldn't be the medium dressed as a spirit, as it pulled the curtain to show the medium was lying on the mattress while ectoplasm was coming out of his mouth. Of course, I understand that the internet is full of hoaxes when it comes to the subject, and I completely understand if people doubt or think that it was a hoax. But there wouldn't have been many reasons for them to stage this at the time, since they didn't gain anything financially from it. And I even asked my father once, "Don't you think it could be fake?" He followed with, "Honestly, from what I've seen, there's kind of an impossibility for it to be fake." As I wrote this last sentence for my dad, I remembered that it just didn't materialize itself, but also materialized flowers. Would like to hear more from you. My dog never met my mother. My mother died less than a year after a cancer diagnosis on Christmas. That's her favorite time. This was in 2001 and I was 34. Her only child, and I was adopted at birth. She was the perfect example of what a mother's role would have been at the time, and also the one who prepared me for life as an adult. I'm the only living person carrying the last name of my father. No aunts or uncles or cousins or anybody directly related on either parent's side. My father passed away in 2022, and at the time I didn't realize that he was the last person on this earth that I'd even thought that we never saw eye to eye to. Excuse me. My father passed away in 2022, and at the time I didn't realize that he was the last person on this earth that I had last person on this earth, even though I never saw eye to eye with him. I think that's what they meant. I'm a wanderer, and I love hiking and anything outdoors. I never married or had children, so after everything was settled after his death, I was on the road to an unknown and unplanned adventure with my 3-year-old shelter rescue Hank. He was a blue heeler, and by far the smartest dog I've ever owned, and the most stubborn. He meandered everywhere. I found a dog-friendly park close to my lodging for the next few days. Stopped as I did every day to get his exercise. The signs led me on a dirt road, seemingly to nowhere. When we got there, a parking lot with a porta potty, no cars. We had about an hour and a half before dark. As we were walking on the gravel path that was basically big 1 mile, like horse track, started getting very excited and whimpering and turned around and ran back to me, and he was off the leash. He wanted to show me something ahead, and as we came around the bend, I saw a woman with not gray, but white hair walking towards us. Hank ran to her and threw his body up against her and then barked at me and began whimpering, like a long-lost friend he found. When I got probably 40 feet away, I stopped dead in my tracks. The height, weight, how she was dressed, and that white hair was a perfect match to my mom. I lost it. I was overwhelmed. All the funerals in the previous 10 years, everything that I'd went through, and the uncertainty of my future without anybody I loved or could turn to for support just came out on that gravel road. Came out on that gravel road in the middle of nowhere. I'm retired military, and I'm always the person to lead and to handle family situations. But Mom was here now, this moment to take over, as she did in our family. After a few exhausting minutes, I realized she was patting me on my shoulder and had her arm partially around me. She was a physician person. I think they meant physical. I tried to explain and I guess apologize for whatever had just happened, and she just reassuringly repeatedly said, "Everything will be all right. You take care of yourself, Billy." And she turned and headed back to where she came from. Hank was still amped up with excitement as we walked back to the van. Drove out of the parking lot down the half-mile-long dirt road paved and went to our R&B. I never got this woman's name. I can't think how she possibly knew mine. No one's called me Billy except my mother. My dog acted like he knew her his entire life. He's trained and he doesn't run up to strangers or anyone else without my command. Where did she come from and where'd she go? There wasn't another vehicle in the parking lot, and there was only, one place to park. The entire oval path was surrounded by thick forest on one half and the Kentucky River on the other. But clothing was so homemade looking, like denim pants, a flannel shirt with rubber barn boots. These were the boots that Mom wore during the hundreds of hours she spent in the garden and preparing vegetables for canning. It's been a little over a year since this, and I never once thought about it again. That's because I was okay and everything will be alright because Mom said so. This morning out of nowhere it came back vividly and hit me square in the face. Mom's birthday was 5/27/40, and Mother's Day recently passed. Can't explain it, and I'm not going to try. I just hope something or someone triggers a memory of my mom every year. We get caught up with our lives, and time relentlessly moves quickly and quiet. We forget what shape that we really are. My parents are buried a few miles from where she was born on the farm and where I was raised. If I was able and in the area, I always had a red geranium on the grave in war months. Thought about the fact that I would never visit her grave again, and it bothered me because I don't intend to go back. Now I realized I don't have to, because she will visit me. Seeing an apparition firsthand. In approximately 2009, I was living with my boyfriend at the time. We'll call him Frank. The house wasn't particularly old. It was built in the 70s. We went to bed as usual, and in the middle of the night I woke not for any particular reason. I happened to glance over at Frank's only to see a man standing beside his side of the bed. I was looking down at him and watching Frank sleep. He had his hands in his pockets, and the look on his face almost half bored, half like, that's what it's like to sleep. I miss that. At first, I thought we were being robbed, but the look in his face was so calm or something. When I looked at him, he turned his head and made eye contact with me. He sat up and started shaking Frank awake. The apparition was still there. I then turned away to my bedside table and turned on the light. The apparition was still there. Continued to shake Frank awake, and he was a heavy sleeper. When he awoke, the apparition disappeared. What got me about this whole thing was that the apparition didn't disappear when I looked away, when I noticed it, or even when I turned the lights on. Furthermore, looking back, I realized that even though it was very dark out, the figure appeared in full color. It was semi-transparent, but in full color. Also, this wasn't an old-timey looking ghost. He's starting to bald, and I think he was wearing a sports jersey of some kind. Fairly modern clothing, jeans, that sort of thing. Also, I wasn't scared once I realized he wasn't a burglar. That's the part that surprised me the most. I'm a very anxious person in general. If you had asked me if I'd have been able to fall back asleep after seeing a ghost, I'd have normally said, hell no. But the ghost didn't feel threatening at all. I was able to get back to sleep peacefully. Of course, I told Frank about my experience. He said he didn't know anybody that passed that would fit that description. Never looked into the former owner of the home or anything, and I don't know who this person was or why, of all people they'd be watching Frank. For reference, Frank was not a very good person. Abusive, manipulative, greedy, lying, etc. You heard him. Don't be a Frank. Unless your name's Frank and you're cool. Gonna keep on keeping on. Unbelievable encounter with a creature. I told this story years ago on a subreddit, and if you heard it within the past 5 years, somebody copied me. Fuck you. Starting off strong. I have to tell the story again, and the memories are haunting me. I was a 9.5-year-old boy. This happened a decade and a half ago. Don't believe me? Well, I'm saying it's truthful. It was summer vacation. The time was noon. I just took a shower, towel wrapped around my waist and dripping wet. I was feeling happy like a good naive boy. I went into my bedroom, which I shared with my parents. I was picking out clothes and no one was in the room with me. Almost as soon as I walked in, I could feel the ground vibrating. Weird. As I picked clothes, I felt the vibration was coming from behind me around my parents' bed. It went on and off like a cycle, but each time the vibration came back stronger. I wanted to ignore it and go about my happy day. Eventually, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I put my shorts and my wet t-shirt in hand and I turned around to see what was going on. I was exactly as I imagined. My parents' bed was shaking for no discernible reason, and it seems to be coming from underneath. The shaking got so bad other objects started to shake from the bed hitting the ground. Then it stopped again. But this time, right in front of me, I saw this weird creature crawling out from underneath the bed about 2 meters away. It was pure black, blackest thing I ever saw in my life. It was hard to discern features on this thing. It looked like a goofy 2D object, but it had 2 legs, a torso, 2 arms, and a head. It didn't know that I was there in the room staring at it. It was about my size and looked around for a second. I interpreted that as it brushing its shoulders off after crawling. Then it suddenly stopped. Its eyes turned to me and I could see fear. It was scared of me more than I was scared of it. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably more like fractions of a second. Then, without moving one bit or making any noise, it disappeared from my existence. My theory is if it was real, it was an extra-dimensional creature I saw that day. Yes, my day was ruined. I bet. I believe I was a World War II U.S. Navy pilot in a past life. Ever since I was literally a baby, I've been drawn to airplanes. My mom says that I was less than a year old. I would reach for stuffed airplanes in the store, refuse to let go once she finally gave them to me. I also chose a baby swing shaped like an airplane, and it was in this that I said my second word, airplane. This soon began to intersect with an inextricable extraction to World War II. At 2 or 3 years old, my mom says that, as she was flipping through channels to get to Bob the Builder, I'd scream when she passed the History Channel, demand to watch, and sit just enraptured in front of World War II documentaries. Keep in mind, this is when that channel covered actual history. Specifically, I was interested in World War II aviation, especially U.S. naval aviation. I had a huge coffee table book with a painting of the Battle of Midway. I'd apparently sit for hours and just stare at it. That interest continued all through my childhood. I refused to play with anything but toy models of World War II aircraft. Constantly scribbled aircraft carrier battle scenes in my notebooks. Flew in a World War II B-17 at 7. Read untold dozens of books on the subject. Went to air shows and at one point, met with World War II pilots at one of those events. My dad left me alone with them and came back sometime later to find me talking with them about things I could have barely known. For example, how the visibility out of the back of a certain plane's cockpit was hampered by the light conditions at certain altitudes and times of the day. I also distinctly remember begging my grandpa to just order me this large die-cast model of a USS Intrepid aircraft carrier. When it arrived, I tried to remove some of the small molded plastic aircraft from the flight deck, inexplicably drawn to the tiny version of one plane, the Grumman Avenger torpedo bomber. I went on to start flying real planes at 12, got my pilot's license at 17, joined the U.S. Navy ROTC to become a naval aviator. Throughout my training, my instructors would comment that I seemed to know what I was doing, and the word natural was used frequently. I say this not to brag, but just to note that I was absolutely, no skill of my own. And I was about 7, and I know this because Drake and Josh had just come out and I remember watching after my flying sessions. I would play a flight simulator on my family's computer every night. Nothing crazy about that. However, without fail, before I started flying in the game, I would pretend to be asleep on the couch, in my bunk, quote-unquote, before yelling, "Now hear this, now hear this! Pilots, man your planes!" Jolting awake, running upstairs, leaping over the arm of my computer chair and beginning to throw imaginary switches. For those of you who aren't World War II nerds, that phrase is exactly how World War II U.S. Navy aircraft carriers would call pilots over the loudspeakers to begin a mission. Something that was not simulated in any of my games. Okay, nothing super unusual about that, right? Lots of kids like airplanes, many people are interested in the Second World War. But here's the part that nags me. For a long time, probably even before I had the interest in World War II, I've been having a reoccurring dream of what I now think may have been my past life. It's incredibly vivid, and completely unlike any scene I've come across in a World War II movie or documentary. I've been having it once or twice a quarter for years. It's exactly the same every time. In this dream, I'm flying a Grumman TBF Avenger over the ocean. It's dusk, clearly a Pacific sunset. The colors are rich reds and oranges. The sun is slanting through billowing clouds in a way that I'd never, ever seen in my real life. That was until I visited Hawaii at age 21. I clearly recognized the cockpit of the Avenger from its distinctive greenhouse window bracing and its unique trapezoidal instrument panel. I look out at the right wing. It's full of holes and streaming a white fuel leak. Meanwhile, I can clearly hear the radial engine running, though it's pretty much dying, backfiring, coughing, sputtering. I called to my crewman over the intercom. Avenger had 3-man crew, but there's no response. Either the intercom is dead or they are. I know that I won't be in the air much longer, and I have to ditch. My hands fly over the cockpit in well-trained fashion. I can distinctly feel the grip as I reach above and unlatch the canopy in preparation for ditching. I'm scared, but confident. I guide my plane down toward the water, flare and stall into a light swell. The plane skips once back into the air and it makes a loud shh sound as it settles into the water. Although I know that Avengers are known for floating well after ditching, thanks to their large wings and fuselage, mine are full of holes, and I know that I don't have much time. Even as I unstrap my safety harness, I feel the huge engine up front start to pull the plane forward. That's as the aircraft tilts up and begins to sink, nose first. I reach above me to pull back the canopy, which I had previously unlatched. However, the force of the impact must have jammed it shut. I reach up and try to wrench it back, but it doesn't budge. As the water begins to cover the cockpit windshield, I start to feel a raw animal panic. I scream and tear desperately at the canopy release, but with a sickening lurch, I feel the plane yield to gravity. It began its final descent. At that moment, I wake up, often bolt upright and covered in sweat. Now, I know this sounds a lot like a case of James Leininger, but I had truly never heard of the story until I woke up soaked one night in 2020 and Googled World War II pilot past life. The similarities are eerie. I'm a very skeptical person, but I'm beginning to think that a past version of me flew an Avenger and died in the Pacific, circa 1944. Curious to hear your thoughts. I'm also going to an air show next weekend, the first one I've been to since I was a child. It'll feature multiple restored adventures. I'm planning to do whatever it takes to get the owners to let me sit in the cockpit. I'll report back here. Update. Well, it happened, you guys. Can't even describe the feeling as I walked up to the aircraft. As if it was the first one I'd ever seen in person. It felt like an electric shock was running through my whole body, and I almost felt like I was floating as I walked toward it. And I'm not gonna lie, I teared up. I told my story and one of the adventure crews let me sit inside. I can't describe the feeling I had. It all felt familiar. The switches felt a hand. Hell, I knew how to start the damn thing. Reaching back toward the canopy, well, I think you can guess how that felt. Well, you asked for the opinion of others, and I have to say, if you can reach out to me, that would be really cool, because believe it or not, I'm a musician and I'm writing a song about almost blaringly the exact situation you're talking about. Not to sound weird, but I'd like to talk. Next. Most haunted place you've ever been. I assume it's one of the most commonly proposed questions to any paranormal investigator, professional or amateur. Everybody's curious about which location is most active or yielded the most results. Anybody with substantial experience in the field knows it's a bit of a loaded question. Sometimes supposedly stupidly haunted buildings are dead quiet, while unknown or otherwise small haunts are the ones that we never forget. Yet all who believe in the paranormal have to answer to this question. Whether you've never experienced anything but have visited some famous spots, or you're a seasoned ghost hunter with plenty to tell, what is your answer to this age-old question? To kick it off, my answer is the same every single time. Edinburgh Manor in the barren back roads of eastern Iowa. It's by far the most active place I've ever been in my almost 10 years of experience. My first investigation there will probably be the most eventful of my life, no matter how long I do this. My team and I got whistled at, screamed at, stomped toward the unseen footsteps, taunted with full-sentence CVPs. We recorded thrown objects in empty rooms, even experienced a chair moving by itself. 2 people I went with entered as hardcore skeptics and are now firm believers. The place is so haunted I drove cross-country to investigate again 3 years later, only to encounter this time a slammed door, whispers, an object thrown at me from an abandoned hallway, and the most unexplainable session that has ever been had in my life. I'll happily share any evidence captured, if anybody's curious. So what location has been most haunted for you? Could be somewhere famous, or the unassuming house you grew up in. If you guys could. I too am curious. Drop your responses in the comments. If you would, please and thank you. Mimic advice needed. Listen, I've had encounters in my lifetime, but I've always chalked them up to an overactive imagination and a propensity to avoid sleep. I don't put any thought into the paranormal on a day-to-day basis, but this all just clicked for me, and I'm kinda terrified. I recently moved into a home that's 100+ years old, and this thing's been going on. When we first moved in, it was just me, and I would think I would hear a person whispering behind me. Or like if somebody had left a phone and you could hear someone talking full volume, but not loud enough that you could really make it out. Since I've been here with 3 other people, we've had instant after instant of increasing severity. Last month I was downstairs folding laundry outside another room. Her and I were talking for a minute. I came upstairs and found her sitting on the couch. That was concerning, but all the other incidents have been the same. We all hear each other talking, but it turns out they aren't around. One of us was home alone for 4 hours, while the rest of us were out of the house. I was so upset when I got home because he said it wouldn't leave him be. Kept hearing me yell for him or at him. He kept hearing us crying. Now the thing that just clicked. Since moving in here, one of us has developed insomnia. He's seen a doctor for it and nothing so far has helped. Could this be related? He's not reported hearing a voice at any point, but the rest of us now hear them 2 to 3 times per week. Apparition appeared in my grandmother's kitchen window. We both saw the same thing. Of all the unexplainable things that I've witnessed throughout my life, I'm a 30-year-old female, I also saw an apparition once. And I'm sure I saw what I think I saw. I was about 10 or 11 years old. My grandma was babysitting my younger sister and I. My sister was 5 or 6. She was watching TV in the living room. My grandma and I were at the kitchen table. Her kitchen window was located directly above her sink. From where we were sitting, we were facing the window. There's a sliding glass door to the right side of the window that exits out to a deck. It was surrounded by a fenced-in yard in a densely populated suburban neighborhood. It couldn't have been any later than 2 or 3 in the afternoon. It was a nice spring day with slight overcast. One of our favorite things to do was to have tea together. She made the best iced tea, and I always wanted it when I visited, but we were sitting at the table chatting, drinking the tea. Out of my peripheral vision, I noticed something appear in the window. I looked up, and clear as day, right in the window, looking directly at me, was a man. He was dressed in what looked to me as 1920s attire. He had a tall black top hat on, piercing blue eyes, no facial expression but gray bushy eyebrows. One of those creepy handlebar mustaches that appear to be curled with gel or something. I had an active imagination as a child, and I was in somewhat of a daze as I was looking at him through the window. Didn't feel scared for some reason. I must have had quite the expression on my face. My grandma gently tapped my arm and said, almost in a whisper not to scare my little sister, "Do you see that too, sweetie?" With that, I looked back to the window and he was gone. My grandma and I went outside and inspected the deck and yard and nothing. Asked my grandma what she saw in the window. She told me it looked like a middle-aged man from the past and she didn't recognize him. I asked if he had a mustache and she said yeah. I asked what kind of mustache that she saw. She said it was big and curled. Had my grandmother not have been there to validate what I saw, well, I wouldn't have gone the rest of my life thinking I conjured that image up in my mind. Or rather, would have. I can't unsee what I saw. Around the age of 19, I was disqualified from the military due to a medical disqualification. I wasn't too sure what to do with my life since this was a lifelong dream and I felt very lost. I did a lot of soul searching during this time, studied many religions and philosophies. At some point I got into occultism, law of attraction, meditation, and finally, astral projection. To keep it short, I started meditating to attract into my life the things that I wanted. I also started to practice astral projection. After a few weeks, my aunt started to come into my room scared, began to question what I was doing. I told her I was meditating quite frequently, sometimes up to 3 hours a day. Why was she asking? Well, she told me that something very weird had just happened in the house. In fact, for a few days in a row. Several weird things had been happening. She told me while they were watching TV, the front of the house unlocked itself. The door had just been slammed open. It told me things had been falling off counters and my uncle was seeing things from the corners of his eyes. She didn't ask me to stop, she actually seemed intrigued. My aunt is into crystals and all kind of groovy-doo stuff. I kept this going. I wasn't able to astral project yet, but I was able to get parts of my body to leave. As weird as that sounds. I was able to remove my arm from my arm. It's a very odd feeling to describe. It feels like your arms are paralyzed, yet another one you can fully manipulate and feel is coming out of it. I was also able to do this with my right leg. For those who are not understanding what astral projection is, it means leaving your body. I'm not sure if your soul leaves your body or if you project it mentally. All I know is it's very real. I'm not here to persuade you one way or the other, but it's a thing. Supposedly you're able to soul travel by doing this. In any case, a couple of weeks go by and my uncle and aunt had been gone for a couple of days. I have the house to myself. So what do? I have a girl over like any other normal dude would. Nope, I meditate and try to leave my body. By this point, I'm kind of obsessed. For the first time, I fall asleep while meditating, and what proceeds to happen is one of the most traumatic and terrifying things to ever have happened to me. Who am I kidding? It's by far the most terrifying experience of my life, and it haunts me to this day. This is part of the story I don't like telling anyone, because they dismiss it as a nightmare, or it's just sleep paralysis, bro. I don't care what you decide to call it when I'm about to tell you. If you want to label it as fake, it was more real to life than life is to me. I've astral projected a few times. I never saw anything very interesting other than my own home, freaking out my dogs, and mostly what I do is fly over lakes and factories at night, the city. I can never do it for very long. I haven't mastered it, and nowadays I avoid the practice altogether, although it happens involuntarily still from time to time. What I experienced in this instance was different. It felt more physical, felt more real, and I was attacked by God knows what. I wake up laying flat on my bed, facing up, arms wide open and legs spread apart. The TV's on, the show Ink Master is running. It's night, but the room has sort of a natural light to it, almost like a full moon. I see a shadow in the corner of the room. I try to get up, but I can't move. I'm paralyzed. I start being able to move, but I feel heavy, like trying to swim underwater. The shadow gets closer to me, then crawls on top of my body. And this is embarrassing to say, and I normally leave this part out of the story, but this thing proceeds to put its hand between my legs and press and squeeze, you know. I feel immense physical pain. There's actually something gripping my body and really hurting me. I try to scream, but I can't. I start saying the power of Christ compels you over and over. It does nothing. My back starts to bend in an arc. I'm slightly levitating over my bed. Everything's happening very silently, which allows me to hear loud footsteps coming from the kitchen. While this is all happening, a man walks from the kitchen into my room. I can barely see or look, but he's a middle-aged man wearing a suit. Looks very old-fashioned. After several attempts of asking, my words finally come out. "Who are you?" The man standing in the corner of the room states, "My name is Lucifer," and then ask, "Lucifer?" He states again, "No, Lucifer." The painful back-arching and floating continues for a while. That's when suddenly it stops. I fall on my bed and it suddenly is daylight. Ink Master's still on and I can hear birds chirping. Never woke up like this. Like waking up from a dream, it simply stopped and I was still awake. I spent the entire day looking things up online, trying to make sense of what happened. When it came night again, just same thing happened again. This entity, or whatever it is, grips me the same way and it hurts. You gotta understand, this pain is very physical and excruciating. I can feel its hands and fingers. And this time, I'm very pissed off. For one reason or another, this time I'm not afraid. I start trying to strangle it. I start just asking it to get out of my body so I can murder it. And suddenly it all stops, just like that. After the second episode, it never happened again. From time to time, I'm still attacked by an entity that looks like me. I'm forced to fight it. But these are more like vivid nightmares, nothing like the situation I just described. I quit meditating, I quit trying to astral project, and the situation never happened again. I still involuntarily astral project in my sleep sometimes, but it's very uneventful. I don't see other entities or have bad or good things happen. I just float over a lake near my house and enjoy the view for the most part. That was a doozy. My parents just told me I would talk to ghosts. A bit of a weird story I just learned about last week. 26 years old and asked my parents why I'm the only one out of my siblings that know Urdu. It's a Pakistani language. We all know our parents didn't teach us, and they barely speak Urdu around the house, but only when they're talking to family overseas. But even that didn't happen with regularity, at least enough that I would have picked it up. My mom said my great-grandpa taught me. I said I don't remember him. She said he died slightly before she was born. Apparently, when I was around 2 years old, I had an imaginary friend named the same thing as my great-grandfather from my mother's side. It was a fairly unique name, and growing up in America, well, I'm sure I never heard that name anywhere else before. My mom said I would talk to him in English, and he would speak back to me in Urdu until I learned. And I was near fluent by the time I was 3. I don't remember any of this. And after I found this out, I had a dream last night where I got to meet my great-grandfather. He explained to me that he taught me Urdu because he was tired of watching all his family lose their culture. I tried speaking back to him and speaking in Urdu in the dream, which has never happened before to me, and promised him I would try to learn more about my culture and asked if he wanted me to tell his family anything from him. He mentioned my youngest uncle by name, asked me to tell him not to ride his motorcycle too fast, since that's how his dad died. Woke up a few hours ago. Asked my mom how her dad died. She said it was a motorcycle accident. He was driving too fast and slid underneath the garbage truck. I immediately called my uncle in Pakistan, told him not to drive recklessly, and that his grandpa came to me in a dream and explained that to me. I don't know what's going on, how or why this is happening to me, but it's so weird and intriguing. I'm so confused and simultaneously amazed. I want to be able to learn more from him and talk to him again. Don't even know how I would go about it. See ya. Greetings from Paranormal M, where reality meets the inexplicable. Don't miss out on our latest tales of the supernatural. Subscribe and turn on notifications to stay informed. Prepare for a journey into the Twilight Zone. My personal ghost story from 2021. I moved in with an old roomie, Cassidy, and her 2 dogs back in August of 2021. We had an apartment for a year prior to moving to the Duplex. The new place was on the south end of Columbus. Not the best area, but I can deal with addicts and persistent homeless people no problem. I couldn't deal with whatever was there. Move-in was normal chaos. Boxes, sleeping on a mattress with your bed frame next to you, painting, etc. Nothing out of the ordinary happening. After a few weeks, I was constantly misplacing things. This is far from unheard of for me, but it was out of control. Keys I put in the middle of an empty table and wouldn't be there 10 minutes later. I'd start looking for them and then eventually they'd be back where I'd left them. This wasn't daily, but enough to mention. Duplex was 2 stories. Shitty, creaky floors, thin walls. I could hear my neighbors fart. For a bit, it sounded like somebody was walking on the 2nd floor, but no one was home or up there. Just assumed it was the neighbors. That assumption was disproven when my neighbors were out on our shared porch. I was inside. Heard the footsteps and thought, oh, okay, we have a little ghost. Whatever, I can deal with it. Footsteps were light and always in a quick patter. like a little kid who doesn't know how to, skip trying to skip. I'd get a tap on my shoulder here and there, all harmless stuff. Soon I started hearing my roommate ask for me and say my name when she wasn't home. I never said anything to her in fear of sounding bonkers. Fast forward to like November of 2021. Roommate comes to me in the morning. I've asked if I've had anything spooky happen, at least in the house, beyond footsteps and such. I told her about hearing her ask for me when she wasn't home. She paused and did one of those eyes slightly closed, God damn it, okay, soft nods. Told me she's been having the same thing happen. But me asking for her, obviously, never wanted to say anything for the same reason. But as she was falling asleep last night, her mirror fell. One of those cheap Walmart floor mirrors. Well, it didn't fall, technically. It started to tip over, paused for a second, cracked, then fell. She got freaked out, but didn't know if she was just lucid dreaming or something. As she mentioned this, and we both acknowledged hearing shit, stuff picked up a smidge. The footsteps became more frequent. I had a few taps on my back and would occasionally catch something just in the corner of my eye, but never full on. Blah, 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 nothing crazy for a bit. Late January, Cassidy's out for the night. I'm passing out in my bed. I'm in that juicy spot. Park comfort, cozy levels reached. And when you know you're about to fall asleep, then I breathe in my ear and I hear, "Downstairs, come on." I get covered in goosebumps, just like I'm now retyping this insanity. My phone dings and there's a notification from my security camera. I immediately text my roommate and surround myself with their dogs. Chat about it the next day and agree upon, yeah, spooky for sure, but what can you do? Move on. Everything stays the same for a while until Cassidy moved out mid-April of 2022 and obviously took her dogs with her. Then shit got wild fast. Within the first week of solo house life, I'm in my room laying in bed. The foot of my bed faces the door. TV's to the right of it. I'm not sleeping, just chilling watching TV. From the top of the door frame is a smack, smack, smack. Like, undeniably so. Like an open palm was hitting it. Not like, oh, what's that noise? More like, oh, fuck that. I go sleep downstairs. I move out of my bedroom and into Cassidy's empty room the next day. No issues for a night or two. I'm on my bed, which is on the floor, not about to take my bed frame apart and reset it up. I think I was either doing nonsense on my phone or nonsense on my laptop. Either way, I was doing nothing important. The room to the hallway is across from me in the left corner of the room. From the hallway, an unfamiliar, wildly uncomfortable noise. The quick little footsteps I became accustomed to, they got heavier and slower. I was pacing down the hallway. Not constant, but enough for me to hate everything. I stand up and go to the door, poke my head into the hallway and have my chest, brushed. Not shoved or pushed, not caressed, just yeah, I can touch you, kind of a thing. Message received. Out loud, I say something like, okay, bud, I'll fucking go, Jesus. Go to the bed and start packing a bag. My bag's at the corner of the room, like the fucking wall. I can feel something there with me, right frickin' there. My feelings are confirmed when over my shoulders a growl. Not like a dog growling, but a distinguishable sound. Best way I can explain is if you asked a tired overweight guy to impersonate an empty stomach. I dip so fast, stayed my art studio. I go back during the day and try to push it in the back of my mind while I start packing my shit. I'm moving, or attempting to. Credit score and financial situation aren't ideal. I've seen horror movies, and I know kind of staying doesn't really help anything. After staying in my art studio a few nights and spending the days there packing with no activity, I decide to stay another night. After all, my studio's not the most comfortable place to sleep. First night back, nothing. Just the overwhelming fear that's going to happen again. Second night, Nothing. Third night. Same. Okay, so maybe I had carbon monoxide poisoning or something the other night. I try to breathe easy, but that stuff was terrifying. So easier said than done. Once I somewhat settled back in while continuing to pack up, the footsteps started back up. Things progressed like a heroin addict's tolerance after a quick stint in a rehab. Then I started catching little glimpses of it, where it'll be like right at my shoulder, just enough in my peripheral for me to notice that it's there. As soon as my eyes stop focusing on an area and my head turns, bam, it's in that corner. A bunch of creepy-ass shit started to happen. Here are some examples. I was showering naked, as most people do. Recently removed shirt was on the floor, leaning on the closed door. I rinsed my face, then my shirt's halfway under the door. My leg was grabbed, like legit pulled while I was walking at my steps. The little closet door slammed shut. Getting more creative, ghost. This is so overused. The house got unbearable, especially upstairs. The second I would go up there, it would be right on my back, not touching me, but like right there, just out of sight. You could feel it. Every step just took it with me. This wasn't just at night anymore. It was always. Keep in mind, I'm packing up to move, so I don't have a choice but to be there sometimes. I never go at night anymore, and if I have to go upstairs to pack, I'm supermarket sweep styling that shit. My final fuck. This was at the end of May. I was in my room finishing up packing. My room was hands down the most spot in the house. Rather, worst. It didn't want me there at all. His presence in there was so intense. This time I ended up sprinting out of the house and never went back. Looking out the window from my room while closing a box in the reflection, I see it. Like when you look down a well and it's just pitch black. It's like that. It was at my wall, like 7 feet tall, just looming. I turn around, gone. I'm a bit uneasy, to say the least. It was like a magician coming up with new tricks to wow the audience. Just replace wow with terrify, an audience with me. Throughout this nightmare, I would often set up my phone along with a security camera. I just wanted to get something to prove I wasn't bonkers. This was the last time I would have to do that. So, like I had done in the past, my trembling hands set up my shitty iPhone. Just slap that record button. Go downstairs, then I come back up to check if there was anything, and there it was. Just listen. Ignore footsteps and floor creaks. It told me to get out, so I did. What do you think of this? Whenever I tell this story to friends, they always say the same thing. I just got chills. I'm not even kidding. First off, this didn't happen to me. It happened to my mom. I don't actually have proof of anything, and neither does she, but I genuinely think she was telling the truth. I know she wouldn't lie about that. So, around a month after I got out of a mental hospital, me and my mom were talking in the car. I have no clue how the conversation started, but I can only remember her saying something like, "You probably aren't going to believe me, but I swear this happened." I was a bit confused, but then she explained. Backstory. I don't remember the exact date, but it was around March of 2023, around 2 a.m. I attempted to kill myself, and afterward I ended up getting really dizzy and falling asleep. In the morning, when my mom figured out what I did, she called the cops, and that's when I went into the mental hospital. What my mom told me in the car, and well, the night I attempted, my mom had a creepy dream. It was of my great-grandfather, who's been dead for 3 years. I don't know specifics of the dream, and I doubt my mom remembers, but basically I was just talking to my mom. He said, "I have to take the baby." Even though I'm a teenager, my great-grandmother still calls me the baby, in quotes. That's when, they were alive. My great-grandfather did too. My mom was really confused and asked, "What?" He repeated himself. I'm taking the baby. That's where the dream ended and my mom woke up. Then things pretty much escalated from there. I know it's a short story, but I just want to know your thoughts on the dream that she had. No one ever believes me when I tell this story. Has this happened to anyone else? This happened to me when I was around 9. My little sister was 3. It was nighttime, 10 p.m. I was playing computer games on my desktop. It was my room. My desk faced the wall opposite the door in my room, and I heard something hit the wall beside me. I turned around and there was nothing there. I was a kid. I figured I was tripping and got back to playing my game. But then it happened again. Turned around again, but this time when I did, I seen my sister walking down her stairs. Mind you, the stairs were literally right next to my room. I couldn't see down them from my room, but I could see when someone would go and walk down. My little sister was so small at the time that her parents would give her one of their big t-shirts to wear when she went to bed sometimes. When I seen her, I called out to her, but she didn't answer. She just walked down the stairs, and I know 100% that I'd seen a small figure in an oversized white t-shirt. Or rather, I seen a small figure in an oversized white t-shirt walk down her stairs. So I got up, went to the stairs, but I didn't see her. I figured she had ran down, but it was weird because she was scared to go downstairs by herself at night. Ran downstairs to see what she was doing, and all the lights in the TV were off. Only light on was a little sculpture case that my mom put ornaments in. I checked the kitchen and living room, but she wasn't down there. Ran back upstairs and found her in our parents' bed asleep. My mom was at work and my dad was in the shower. Me and my sister and dad were the only 3 home. As a kid, I just shrugged it off and got back to my game. But now, as a 26-year-old man, it scares the hell out of me to think about. What the hell was it that I saw that night? This is probably me just being pedantic, but the general form of past tense of seeing something would be saw. If you're going to use the word seen, you'd have to say, rather than I seen that, it would turn into I had seen that. I don't even know if that's right, but I sure saw that. Bad medicine. I'm a Native American Indian. I have strong beliefs in the Creator and our medicine, which can also be used for ill intentions. When I was young, my Nokum, my grandmother, had told me a story. A story of how our family had bad medicine thrown on us. Someone cursed the males in our family. I didn't think back on this until more recent events, and looking back in retrospect, or retrospective, as they say, the males in my bloodline have either taken their lives, gotten murdered, or have extreme health problems. For example, my dad was killed when I was 11, my uncle when I was 23, and my Malsam, my grandpa, when I was about 20. This could be coincidence, but read further. Or in this case, listen. I have one uncle left out of our family. He has kidney failure. My grandma was helping him move. She found a bag of black stuff on the top of the fridge hidden in the bag. She immediately disposed of it. My uncle had been taunted quite a bit. So back to my experience. I've had a lot, but I'd like to share these particular incidents. I live on the top suite of an apartment, so this was unusual. But my partner and I were in bed when we heard our screen door slam shut. I was so sure someone was in our apartment that I went in the kitchen and grabbed a knife, but no one was there. Shortly after that, I woke up from a dream and I had this big long scratch down the side of my body. It was deep and a bit bloody. I have a picture. It was strange, but I smudged with my medicine, which is sage, cedar, and sweetgrass. I felt better. Now fast forward a month or so. My partner and I are in the living room, and I heard this loud grunt by the screen door. She literally jumped up, and we were like, what was that? And about 2 nights after we heard that she had got a pounding headache, called the emergency line, and the ambulance came. Except those workers gave me a weird vibe as soon as they stepped into her home. He had no hair, and his eyes were like headlights. We proceeded to ask my partner questions. Was anything off lately? What's really going on? I was thinking, what the hell is wrong with this guy? His vibe creeped us out. I wanted to tell him to leave, but I knew that she wasn't feeling good. I was hoping to get some sort of help. But he eventually left, and not before he said, I'm from the motherland. And he was referring to Britain. It was so bizarre. The whole conversation left us feeling very uneasy. The next night, my partner's hospitalized because of the pain. We check out the hospital after a few hours because the test came back clear. Note: bad medicine can also affect your physical health, mental health, and it comes in different forms. The very next night, we're laying in bed and my partner says she feels weird, like something's around. I reassured her everything's okay. We're laying there and she says, Babe, did my clothes or a blanket fall off the bed? And I said, what? No. I'm laying near the edge, by the way. And she's like, please check. Turn on the light and she screams and starts crying. She said that she's seen something black slide off our bed. I got shivers up my spine. I ran to our medicine shelf to get her medicine. I started smudging and praying. I smudge our whole house, and after that, things have calmed down. No more disturbance for the rest of the night. It's been a little while now since everything's really bothered us, but this is my first time sharing and piecing things together. I'm going to be seeing a traditional healer next week to have her cleanse us and our journey. I have a scar from the scratch I woke up with. And about the bad medicine, from what I remember, it was thrown on us because of jealousy, a dispute over land. I've heard with bad medicine it can be removed from you through a prayer and traditional healers. I hope so. So my house might be haunted. I've been thinking for a while if I should post the weird happenings in my house. I usually decided against, but today I decided otherwise after some things my girlfriend saw. So before I start to explain the things that happened, I'm going to start with the history of my house. My house was built in the end of the 1930s. The building was finished in 1940. Since I live in Germany, the owner of the house was drafted into war. The house was immediately turned into a prison of war by the Nazis. The owner died in World War II in 1944, so the house was used as a prison of war from 41 to 45, when the Nazi regime fell. After that, the house was most likely abandoned for many years, got renovated in the 1980s. One part of the house got torn down and rebuilt, but that was most likely just a small part. The biggest part of the house is still the old part. So with that history of the house, it's very likely that many people died in here. So now I'm going to explain what happened. Often, when I was sitting in my room on a chair, I felt a hand touching my shoulder. It would go away as soon as I would turn around. No hard grabbing, just a soft touching. Or when I was laying on my bed trying to sleep, I suddenly felt someone petting my back. Sometimes when I was home alone with my mom, I heard somebody walk around the second floor of the house. They would constantly be walking around in the room above me. So I decided to ask my mom what she was searching for. She just asked me what I meant because she was sitting in the living room on the same floor I was too. It often happened that I hear steps around the house while everyone's in the living room. Also, sometimes I can see half of the house lighting up from out of nowhere with white-blue lights. And it can't be light because we only have yellowish LEDs. And also there's no other LEDs that would, that would be bright enough to light up all of that. Also, sometimes at night there's some really loud noise which sounds like a slap. No, it's not a gunshot from outside, or the wood in the house. But yeah, I thought it was just my mind playing a game on me. Never mentioned it. But then one late evening at night, I was cuddling on the couch with my girlfriend. Suddenly she twitched and made a shocked face and asked me, almost crying, "Did you see that too?" What did she mean? Because I was looking in a different direction and she said that there was some white face behind my monitor on my desk staring at her with no body. After that, she had seen some things in my house but didn't tell me about it. But a few days ago, I let my dog go outside. Left her alone in the kitchen to watch over my dog while I went upstairs to pick something. When I came downstairs again, she asked me, "What? You weren't in the bathroom?" I asked her what she was talking about. She said she saw one in the bathroom. I was wondering why I didn't turn the light on. She was so shocked that I asked her if I should check the bathroom. She told me to be careful. I checked. No one was there. Also, absolutely no way somebody could get out of the bathroom without her noticing, so there's definitely nobody there. But she's sure that she has seen somebody there. On the next time that we were walking through the dark corridor from my sleeping room to the bathroom, suddenly something gripped my arm and pulled me into the bathroom, told me to move faster. I was confused. And then she said she saw a woman with a dirty old dress standing in our dining room just looking out of the window. First, she wasn't sure if she was seeing properly, but after she looked for longer, she was sure that something's standing. I get some kind of weird electrical interference sometimes while I'm reading. It doesn't happen when I do other recordings on my computer, but when I read these ghost stories, you'll hear that weird glitch. Not a glitch in the Matrix, but a glitch on my computer. Mysterious paper towel disappearance and an abduction dream. It's a good dichotomy. I, a 37-year-old female, keep a roll of toilet towels and the handlebars on my elliptical bike because it's in my office where I do crafts. If my hands get dirty, it's very easy to quickly reach for a paper towel. Earlier, my hands were covered in powder and clay. I immediately turned around to reach for the paper towel roll, but it wasn't there, which is very uncommon. I cannot have dirty hands. It's no CD thing. I keep paper towels with me at all times. It's a running joke in my family. I looked all around the room but didn't see it anywhere. I got on the ground and looked underneath my craft table, but it wasn't there either. When I stood back up, the paper towels were right back on the handlebar of my elliptical. It was so startling I jumped back because I was literally looking right at it and wasn't there less than 30 seconds prior. It scared me, but since it was such an inexplicable thing, I just shook it off. I'm a fan of Dolores Cannon, and I assume maybe a version of me in a parallel universe was using my paper towels. She says sometimes parallels are very flimsy, and they crisscross all the time. So I just thought, okay, other me, scary, but let's push forward. I cleaned my hands and wrapped up. I was sleepy and it's Saturday, so I hopped into bed to take a nap, which is something I frequently do. As soon as I fell asleep, I started dreaming of people being abducted by aliens. It wasn't a chaotic screaming and brimstone type of panic dream. I was just in my regular calm suburban neighborhood. I could tell people were being abducted because they were on their backs floating up into the sky. But they were being shocked. They couldn't see the actual physical vibration, but in my dream there was a cartoonish set of blue lightning bolts buzzing around the person's body every time they were being shocked. Once I recognized what was happening in my dream, I immediately saw myself lying in bed, exactly where I was. Except I could see the blue sky clearly. It was almost as if the ceiling of my home was behind me. I was somewhat aware that my bedroom had a ceiling in my peripheral, but the most prominent thing in my eyesight was the blue sky and the UFO. I could see this UFO floating above my backyard. As soon as I saw the UFO, I knew that although I was aware that I was about to be part of whatever was about to happen, it felt like a whisper in the back of my mind saying, prepare yourself for the shocks and those other people were getting. And well, these weren't actual words, just a sense in my mind and a whisper saying, here we go. The first shock was the most painful thing I'd ever experienced. The pain was focused on the left side of my abdomen. Each shock lasted about 2 seconds, followed by a 1-second reprieve. They came in sets of 3. The pain was so intense that my body tried to wake up, but instead it just put me in a state of sort of sleep paralysis. I ended up being shocked 9 times. And the whole time I was fighting to wake up, realized I was going to be abducted and be part of something I wasn't ready for. I struggled like hell. I was desperate to wake up. Tears were streaming from the corners of my eyes in the pain, but I was paralyzed. The shocks were so severe that during my dream I coached myself before the next round of shocks. Like, okay, you can do this, you can handle this. Because, couldn't stop them. I was sweating and shaking, desperately trying to rip my body out of paralysis. Finally, I managed to wake up, and I was so sleepy and groggy that I could barely lift my hand. I had to fling myself off the edge of my bed and get up, and my stomach was throbbing. I got up, and I was so afraid and in so much pain that I kept walking around my house, refusing to let my eyes close. It was harder than anything I've ever had to do, and it was truly traumatic. The next thing I knew was 7 o'clock, but I knew I had gotten up and it was still daytime between 3 and 4 p.m. Even right now, this happened today at 10:23 p.m. on 6/8, and I know I looked at the clock because I grabbed my phone as soon as I stood up and it said 3:45 p.m. I was too afraid to go back to sleep, and yet I can't tell you what I did between the hours of 3:45 and 7. I just remember going to find my husband to tell him what happened, and I was relaying the story and trying to get the timing right. Looked at my phone, and it was, after 7. Something is wrong with my house. Hello, I'm going to keep this story as short as possible. So ever since I was a kid, I've been scared of sleeping alone. Sometimes I felt a strong presence in my house. No voices, didn't see stuff. But I've been scared as hell. I always felt it most around the stairs and the bathroom in my house. My boyfriend moved into my house last year, and it's gotten very bad. First very weird, unexplainable situation happened around June of 2023. I went to the bathroom to shower. Boyfriend was eating dinner. I heard 3 loud knocks. I asked my boyfriend, "What?" Opened the door. No one was there. Saw him eating dinner in the kitchen and asked if he was pranking me. He said he didn't knock on that door. I went to the bathroom and it happened again. I screamed and he waited for me while I was showering, and immediately after we were walking up the stairs and he heard a literal bang on the front door. Well, no one was there. Another weird situation. We were talking about my relatives that passed and death. My boyfriend heard my mom's voice scream, "Where are you?" I didn't hear it. He answered and I told him my mom's not home, and he was shocked. We called her and she in fact wasn't home. There are many similar situations, like for example, we heard the shower run while everyone was asleep. Knocks all the time. Feeling presence. But it went downhill. My boyfriend talks when he's asleep, but he said something very scary once. "I am the son of the devil and I will come from Satan." I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. Not a lie. Since that time, he's been talking in a language similar to Latin at night sometimes. And what really scared me and brought me to write this post is last few days ago we both heard weird noises in my room. My boyfriend looked at the balcony and looked horrified. I asked what was up. He didn't want to tell me. He actually told me what happened today. He had seen my father. He thought it actually was him at first. And he saw him with the sheep. The sheep was huge, My dad's eyes were red, and this entity told my boyfriend not to tell anybody that he'd seen it. I have no idea what to do. Priest, exorcism, help. I agree. I don't believe in ghosts, but I might have banished one. What do you think? I should start by saying that I don't believe in ghosts or magic. However, I've studied books on magic academically, more out of intellectual curiosity than anything else. A while ago, my neighbor started renovating a very old house dating back to the Middle Ages. During the work, he began hearing strange noises in one particular room. According to him, these noises sounded like ghostly manifestations. Unfortunately, I couldn't verify this myself, as the house is located in another region, and, well, one day while working in this room, he removed a tile from a false ceiling, discovered a pentacle engraved on it. After that, the house became unlivable. He felt bad vibes, heard strange noises, and objects seemed to move on their own. One of his friends even developed skin rashes, and in short, the situation really deteriorated. When he told me about all of this, I decided to help him using my knowledge of magic, even though I don't really believe in it. I pulled out an old grimoire. Never heard that word. Pulled out an old grimoire, found how to create a protective pentacle against ghosts. I decided to use the Roman satyr square, as well as another pentacle to reinforce the effect. I engraved these two symbols on an old brick from an old wall. Then I polished a coin, engraved an Assyrian protection sigil on one of its faces. I glued the coin to the brick. One of his friends, because he's too scared to return to the house, just went and placed the brick and the coin on the structure of the room where he'd found the original pentacle. Since that day, there have been no more signs of ghosts. They were finally able to continue renovating the house, too. And personally, I remain skeptical. I'd like to know what you think. Was it just psychosomatic, or do these old grimoires actually have some power? Second time I've ever spoken about this. The only other person to hear about this directly was from my wife, and I told her the story when we first got together in 2021. I'll probably explain it here in not as much detail, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. I was recently reminded of it because we just had a baby at the hospital I used to work at. That's when all of this was going on in my life. And it's the first time I've been back since there, like 2020. My ex-wife and I had separated during the pandemic, making divorce and custody of our 3-year-old at the time son a nightmare, because courts weren't open. Everything was telecourt on Zoom calls. Things got dragged on all the time. I had just received a job offer from a new hospital, but because of COVID, I had a start date that was 10 weeks out. So I gave my old hospital a 2 weeks notice. Took 8 weeks off to myself. In that time to myself, I realized how nasty the divorce battle was getting, how expensive it was, how much my ex was also manipulating people around me, that I started cutting off a lot of people close to me. I stopped talking to people who weren't my attorney, my 2 cousins, or the woman I was seeing at the time. The gyms weren't open and I couldn't work out. My new job pushed back my start date another 6 weeks due to not having enough appointments to get new hires cleared for work through Employee Health Services physical exams, so I'd be out of work for a total of 3.5 months. I wasn't on any verge or mental breakdown or anything, but some things started to close in when I realized how many people I had to disassociate myself with. Bills still coming while my savings were dwindling. Attorney fees racking up, and I was missing my son a lot. Especially with no court order in mind until one was in place. I only got whenever his mom would let me. In trying to pass time and also trying to find financial gain, I started to frequent the only place that never closed, the casino. Quickly found myself playing there daily for hours on end and ended up racking up play points, getting offers to meal comps and free room stays, but I always went home at the end of the night in anticipation of maybe getting my son the next morning. Most of the time I'd leave around 2 or 3 a.m., and the table action from baccarat and games of choice would die down. Some days I was in the casino psychosis where I would leave, not cash out any chips, and I knew I was coming back anyways. I'd get home to sleep a little and then get up to check my phone and see if I was getting my son for the day, touch base with my attorney, shower, get back into the car and head back to the casino 40 minutes away, all the while the sound of slots were still ringing in my ears from nights prior. One night I came home around 1 a.m. I had to be up early. The woman I was dating at the time lived 2 hours away in San Jose, California. I was severely neglecting the relationship that we had made plans. 1 a.m. was early for me. I was pulling up to my house, my porch light wasn't on, but turning into my driveway, my headlights shined in that direction. I saw a boy, probably around 8 or 10 years old, by my door. I hopped out of the car quickly, thinking he might be in trouble. When I got to the door, there was no one there. Well, I was certain it was a boy. I wasn't seeing things from being tired because I wasn't. I experienced paranormal things when I was younger, but never in this house. So I automatically thought my house may be haunted. It's the first time this ghost is showing up now that everybody stayed there beside me. I checked around the house, inside, sat still waiting to hear anything. Any creaks or cabinet doors closing, and went to bed. Drove to San Jose the next day and stayed there. I learned that it wasn't my house that boy was staying in, because I saw him again while in a whole different city. My ex-girlfriend lived in the type of townhome that there's 3 stories with the master bedroom being on top, living room and kitchen in the middle level, and garage and front door entry was the first floor. We had ordered DoorDash at the end of the night, and that's when food arrived. I looked down outside the window to see the dasher leaving, so I ran downstairs to grab the food with my car keys in hand since my car was right out front. I bent down to grab the food and locked my car and held down the unlock button, accidentally rolling windows down. I saw someone sitting in my passenger seat, just gray skin, black eyes, black hair, hardly able to see over the window of a 2018 Camaro. I ran up to the car, no one was in it. I got in to roll my windows back up and ran back upstairs with the food not saying anything about what I saw. I didn't see him again the next couple of days while staying there. I got back home, did my routine again, making my way to the casino, and this is when I started seeing the boy more frequently. He was following me around everywhere. I'd see him at home, in parking lots, and distances behind crowds. He was short. He looked dead. There was one occasion I saw that he didn't even have a face. For 3 weeks he followed me around. I wasn't even scared of him. It felt like so much was going on, and some days I was only caring about hitting the tables that annoyed me more than he creeped me out. One night I got sleep paralysis. I could see him in the corner of my room, but his voice was in my ear telling me that he'll help me win. Just take him to have fun. I fought it off and got free. Eventually fell back asleep. Growing up being raised a Thai Buddhist and having experienced things when I was younger, I knew generally that you aren't supposed to give in to what the spirits want or test them in any way, as things can get worse. That same following day, I hit a 40,000 run on baccarat table that happened fairly quickly. I couldn't bet a single hand wrong. I doubled down every time, 500 to 1,000 to 2,000 to 4,000 to 8,000 and so on. It was a huge rush, but I went home and there he was again by the front door, grinning ear to ear like he was taking credit for it. The next day I went again and got up to 17,500 betting, 2,500 at a time. I saw the little boy laughing at me in the distance. I lost all that in 4 hands trying to double up bets to recover from the first hand that I lost and left in a rage. I had attorney fees to pay for, and I couldn't just use that money on that. I was deeply contemplating grabbing more cash and going back to try to win it back. But any argument with my girlfriend from San Jose about not spending enough time together stopped me from going anywhere. The little boy appeared again in the darkness. That's when I was in bed about to go to sleep. I was ignoring everything. I just Learned growing up, I challenged him. Gamblingly doubled down on his ass. I told him if he's going to be following me around like this, then he's going to fucking be stuck with me. He's going to be miserable. Do I look like that type that has anything to fucking offer you? Well, motherfucker, you're gonna starve following me around. The very moment I was done yelling at this dead kid, it's like he understood exactly what I said, and it wasn't what he wanted. He let out a huge, ear-piercing scream like it felt like it shook the house. He just faded away. His eyes were the last thing to go. I never saw him again. Haven't experienced anything paranormal since then. In the following few weeks, the court started opening back up in personal litigation, and I got a court order to get my son. Things got in motion towards finalizing the divorce, with his mom and I ending up listing the house for sale. That was for us to split the money instead of buying her out. I moved, started working at a new hospital, and was finally able to focus back on working and spending time with my son. I split with my ex-girlfriend I was dating at the time, and also it's like everything bad had went away and, well, left with that little boy. I never mentioned a word of it to anybody other than my wife, just because we joked about my divorce and wishing that we had met during the pandemic when people were forced to stay home together. I opened up to her about what kind of year that was for me. I don't have any proof to show that this actually happened. Maybe that's why I don't speak about it. But I have no reason to lie about it, or even draft up this long-winded story. So much background information. Looking back, I'm realizing I was being haunted by something for whatever reason. But when it was happening, it didn't even feel that way. Sure, there was moments I jumped or was startled, but the way I was reacting to it felt like I was being burdened, not haunted, if that all makes sense. I have a whirlwind of opinions about that one. But next story. Anyone else have memories of choosing who they were before being born? I think he's felt pretty alone with this experience for all his 54 years. My dad and his mom's sister have had memories like this since my dad can remember. Though my great aunt has since passed away last year, I remember talking to my granny about it and even her saying that she remembered my dad talking about it as a kid. I've asked a lot, but my dad said his memory of it's faded a lot over the years. But he does remember being given multiple choices. Like he could be this or he could be that. He said he felt like he was nothing. He wasn't a human. It wasn't a room he was in, but maybe it was white, if that. Each life had pros and cons. Every person he could be looked different, but they were all the same race. Different weight, not sure of the face, but he didn't want a bald early and some balded. Maybe 3 to 5 choices, he was guessing. It was fully predetermined, and he couldn't pick certain parts. One that stuck out to him was he would either have a bad life with a wife that cheated on him, or end up an addict, or something else that I can't remember, or go bald and have a close-knit family. One of the choices were really great, I think. There were other options as well. I find in my journal later and I see what I wrote down maybe 3 to 4 years ago about it, and I checked with him again and wrote everything down. He remembers picking this life because his family was always close in this life. He had pretty good kids and a wife. They always stayed close. He felt like time was running out and he had to hurry up and pick. So he did it with this one. He'd sometimes question if it was a dream, but it seemed so real. Things would all come true. So it kind of solidified his belief over the years. He always felt like it was very real though at the time. He just questioned himself. I'd always remembered it because it was like an important memory. He did have a feeling others around him were doing the same. Ask me anything about it. I'll try my best to answer. Just wondering if anybody else has experienced this or something similar. We're a decently spiritual and close family. My mom and I have become most spiritual. We're into tarot. And I know we've been side by side in past lives as well. At least I feel that way. Which is interesting because I did ask him if he felt like we'd been together before, or if what he chose would affect the outcome of us, or our life choices. Maybe there's a reason he's the one that remembers. I told him that if he's kind, the leader of the spirit group and his choices affected how we were born. He thinks that's super possible, especially because most families are not as close as we are. My parents, my older sister, me, and my nephew. Super appreciate any replies, and please be kind. I'm going to back up that latter point. I really hope to find people out that have had similar experiences. That would be so freaking cool. I need some help. How do I get a demon out of my house? Okay, to preface, my family, specifically on my mom's side, they have a long history of paranormal activity. Great-great-grandma did some witchcraft back in her country, got her home burned down because of it. Great-grandma used to interrupt dreams and such. Interpret. Was able to see the future through dreams and accurately predict a lot of my grandma and her daughter's life. My mom had a lot of ghost stories and things that she saw when she was a kid. For example, she told me when she was younger she saw a woman that she believed was death itself. Asking for her mom or grandma, and she told her that her mom was in the hospital, and the woman just told her, "You're a good kid. It's a shame what happens to good kids like you." Left a few hours later, my grandma was dead. That part wasn't paranormal. She'd been battling cancer for a few years, but she was getting better and was expected to be able to go home the next week. My mom never saw her again. Nobody really talked to her ever. They really didn't see anybody similar. Everybody except great-grandma was at home and around the house. Even one of my uncles showed up right at the same spot, not even minutes later, and he said he didn't see anybody leave or even anybody there. Mind you, this is all in a small town and nearly 40 years ago. No technology and no real outside influence, and that meant everybody was always outside. Everyone always knew or saw something, even if it was just another person and it was miles away from society. So it should be impossible that nobody else saw this woman. Anyways, one last thing. Occasionally I have premonitions, but they happen in dreams. Things that happen days, months, years in advance, I sometimes see in dreams. I wake up, forget, then remember randomly. Okay, so now on to the real problem I'm having. A few years ago I was home alone when I heard an intense knocking at the door, which is common around where I live, but the way they were knocking felt like they were trying to knock the door down. Got myself armed, went to open the door, and, well, checked through the peephole. There's nothing there. I opened the door, and again, nothing there. Happened a few more times, but it's less and less frequent. The problem is, since then, strange things have been going on around the house. A lot of things are moved around, but no one's home. I have a bookshelf in the living room with a few pictures of my grandparents, and all of them were flipped around, like they turned their backs to me. Sometimes when I look at the end of the hallway where the bathroom is, I see like a woman just peering around the doorframe and disappearing into the room after a few seconds. Other times I see shadows or black outlines of people around the house. And lastly, and the worst experience I've had so far, I was heading to bed and had to turn on the hallway light, and it was like for my parents. They're a bit old and need the light, so also the darkness still spooks me a bit. When I was walking through the hall, I see a shadow on the wall just run like straight at me. I don't know how to describe it, but it looked like it was running down the hall. I don't know what it is or if I'm going crazy. Researched online, and apparently opening a door when you hear a knock and nobody's home brings a demon into your home. Some help would be appreciated. Since 2016, I've been dreaming of a presumed dead person. Detailed. Since posting my experience to seek some help or guidance, I've realized that if I don't give enough details, I won't get the help I need. But there's also something I want to say about that. I may not have met this person in life, but as the situation progressed, I saw this person as someone special. I would like to meet his family, but I think that'll be impossible. In this post, I will give the most of the important details throughout all this time, chronologically. Since I was little, I remember my dreams very well. The reason why I remember some of them clearly, I'm also willing to answer questions. First dream. The dream was like any other, but things took a turn when this person grabbed my hand without even introducing himself to show me something in a hurry. Another person also accompanied them. Thought it was a normal dream, until a few weeks later I dreamt about it again. Second dream. I remember this one most clearly. I remember being in a house that I didn't know where this person finally introduced himself. First apologizing for not introducing himself the first time, then giving me a letter that he wrote, which I barely remember, and what it said. He was a pilot, passionate about aviation. In that dream, I remember him hopelessly, like as if it wanted to ask for help. He also told me that the person he was with in the previous dream was his co-pilot. Third dream. This is peculiar, that this person was not present, but a plane was. I remember being in a city near a bridge with streetlights with a 1900s aesthetic. It was early morning and there was hardly any cars or lights on in the surrounding buildings. On the bridge, there were a couple of people dressed formally with dark glasses. They were passing around a briefcase and were mentioning some documents. For some reason, I had an urge to steal the briefcase. I didn't have lucid dreams at that time. I managed to do it successfully, but the two men were chasing me. I jumped from the bridge to the river below. That's when I saw the plane underwater moving as if it were a whale. I come to the surface and saw the same plane fly over the river at a very low altitude. It was brushing against the buildings without crashing. Although I've not seen this person in this dream, I think it's related to him, and it wouldn't be the last time I would see that plane. Fourth dream. I remember seeing the plane from the other time. The whole place looked like a wetland, but full of white leafless trees. I saw this person. It was a strange, but at the same time nice reunion. Today I don't remember what he said exactly, but I remember that he expressed to me that he felt helpless because of how the investigation into the plane crash in which he died was being handled. I admit that I could feel his hopelessness, and that's why I decided to help him. I also saw the co-pilot, but he didn't say a single word. He didn't even come close to us. In the next few years, I've dreamed about this person again on rare occasions, but I've realized that they usually occur between July and August. But there was also some that occurred in March. I think there are important dates for him, but I'm not really sure. As these dreams passed, I saw him go through the process of accepting that he couldn't do anything about it. I also discovered that in life he was a Muslim. As a way of respect and tribute, I sometimes drew this person or a plane around July and August. I still draw this person, but I prefer not to show the drawings. Fifth dream. This is relatively recent, from about 3 years ago. It's the only one that hit me hardest emotionally. It was in an airport. It didn't look like an international airport. There were no people and the place was very clean. Without warning over the loudspeakers, I could hear news reports and fragments of what seemed like documentaries. In the distance at the end of the place, near the departure area, I saw that person on his uniformed pilot. Like, probably in his uniformed pilot. With a movement that expressed denial, he silenced the speakers and seemed fed up with what they were saying. He spent time together as if we were old friends, to which I responded something like, "Don't blame yourself." So did wake me up. My own voice was the one that woke me up. It was still night. I started crying for him. After that dream, when we saw each other, they were usually friendly meetings, because we shared the hobby of aviation, and he shared some aviation knowledge with me. I still have the same doubt as before, like why he came to me. A user suggested that I practice my dream skills with another group of people to reach a better conclusion, but I've not received a response from the same user about it. I'll give updates if anything else happens. Excuse my onset laryngitis. I've been recording an audiobook before this recording for 8 hours straight. Bear with me. Help. I'm being stalked by a ghost. This has been happening for a bit now. All my life, the paranormal's been active. Like my houses have been haunted. There's been lots of scary experiences. Should I type them out? Anyway, recently I've been watching lots of horror videos. Scary, ghost hunting, demonic type things. Especially skinwalkers. I watch them because I need to pass time usually. I recently been watching Sam and Colby. Snook might have fed up that name. I might have done the same. And some other YouTubers. During this, I was watching videos on my laptop. In the glare of the screen, I saw a face. It was a human head and a skinny body with just perfect circles for eyes. I was just watching. I don't know, I sound crazy, but hear me out. I feel like I've been watched for a while, especially as I type this. I hear noises. My hair got moved when no one was in the room but me. I don't have a dog and I don't have a cat. I have no pet. My dog that I do have is an outdoor dog for reasons. I'm completely alone in my room, and I know this part sounds dumb, but I was in the toilet. I look up and wasn't on my phone at this time, and I look at the design in the wall and I saw the exact same figure I saw on the computer screen. I'm telling you, my stomach dropped. Not the poo. Needed that detail, thanks. Just now my shoulder cramped severely. Tied in, maybe. Anyway, I write this because it's been reoccurring. It's going as far as to literally me having nightmares about it. I saw it staring. I was in a hotel. It was crawling and smiling. Completely black, pitch black. Eyes white, empty. It laughs and taunts me. My dreams, I read the Bible and it lunges at me. I sat up breathing heavily. Literally scared the shit out of me. Again with the poop stuff. Any thoughts on what I should do? I have a feeling writing down my entire life with paranormal may help it to understand. So just let me know if I should. Please, somebody help me out. Tell me what's going on. Am I delusional? How do I make it stop? My world changed in 30 minutes. Response. I'm a computer software architect and engineer by profession. Been hooked to science since a kid. I can ace my physics class in college, but was just lazy. But I'm the highest anyway, while 90% failed. I'm a skeptic with almost everything, and I want real hard evidence all the time to believe. Needless to say, I'm not a religious guy. Always felt all of the paranormal stuffs on the internet are fake. Stories my friends and family says I believe are fake too. Well, a few months ago my daughter, 2.5 years, started acting weird on one of our beach trips, especially at night. She always wanted out of the room to sleep, claiming room is noisy. She would also say someone is playing with her toys, which she doesn't like, and would complain. This carried over when we got home. I was really very skeptical, though. I felt bad hearing my baby tell me for the first time she's scared. For 4 days straight, we couldn't sleep, just her crying all night and wanting out of the room. So I finally gave in and we started asking help from religious friends. Told us to pray, but none worked. Deep down, I was like, how can prayer, a bunch of words spoken, help our situation, right? Finally, several people started coming into our house like spiritists and religious sort of psychics that offered to help. I was very skeptical, but one thing that shook me, or as they put it, shooked me, was that both my baby and the psychics described the same thing. One of the psychics that was super skeptical was a devout Catholic. He told us a lot of stuff in his ritual that was weird, and I wasn't buying any of his BS. Then he started praying over while I was holding my daughter. I was with my wife, mom, and sister also at that time. While praying, he invoked, "In the name of Jesus, name blah blah blah." Then a loud bang in baby's room, just right near us. A doll toy in a box that was placed flat properly on the shelf flew 5 feet away to the floor. At that point, my whole world crumbled. Every science, physics theories I know just crumbled. No physics can ever explain how far it flew, 5 to 6 feet away. You can try to give me theories and I can debunk them properly. I've had so many questions in my head that time, just rushing at the same time. I was clutching my baby hard, feeling bad for not believing in her. To cut the story short, it didn't end that night, but I'm now a firm believer of the spiritual world, including religion, Christianity, Jesus, and all. It took us about 3 months to fix everything, and glad to say that baby situations have improved drastically, 95% improvement. After going through with all the Catholic religious rites, I'm not here to convince you guys in religion, or quite frankly, I don't care what you guys think. Also not here to debate what religion is or if it's right or wrong. Just sharing what I went through. To the OP who played Ouija board, my suggestion is don't do it again. I second that. Just a strange happening that's been going on for months. Not spooky, just strange. But for months, probably over half of a year, multiple times a day I hear the noise of cats chewing kibbles. My cats, 2 of them, eat at the top table in the room next to my bedroom. Both doors are open, so when my cats eat, I can definitely hear the crunching and munching from next room. However, about half a year ago or more, I realized one night while listening to the sound of one of my cats eating down the hall, both were sleeping at the bottom of my bed. Immediately I thought mice for sure. What else could better explain the noise? The mice are for sure drawn to cat food, and I kinda just brushed it off every time I heard it. Multiple times a day, too. But then a few times I'd be cleaning directly beside the doorway to the room and I'd hear it. So I'd look into the room within a second. There's never been any mice on the table. Further, there's never any mouse poop on the table or around the bowls. Is this not incredibly strange? What else would be making this noise? If not my cats and not something like a rodent. I've heard of people hearing things fall when nothing's actually fallen, but I feel like hearing cat food being eaten when it isn't so, well, it isn't so random. What else could this even possibly be? I'm not hearing the noise of the food bowl settling or kibbles falling. I'm hearing the actual crunching and chewing noise. Again, this is multiple times a day, having never seen a mouse or droppings. What else could it be? Do my house ghosts just have a hang-up on cat nibble? Or what the fuck gives? This post was prompted by again hearing chewing while both cats were in front of me, directly outside of the room. I always like to have company that enjoys cat kibble. See ya. Welcome to the enigmatic world of Paranormal M, where mysteries abound and skepticism is challenged. Hit that subscribe button, drop a comment, and turn on notifications to dive deep into the unknown with us. Get ready to question everything. The Gray Camaro. True story from about 10 years ago. So there I was in my beat-up Jeep Wrangler, strolling home from my girlfriend's house at about 2 a.m. It's pitch dark on this twisty back road with forest on my left and the Christmas tree farm on my right. The road is pretty narrow, has very little shoulder, but not much bank either, just gravel and grass. I'm going way faster than I should. I come around the next bend and there's a gray Camaro with black racing stripes. Looks like maybe an SS from the 70s, hard to say. Parked completely sideways, blocking nearly the full width of the road, headlights shining into the tree farm. And there's this guy in a leather jacket and jeans, slicked back salt and pepper hair, leaned back casually on the side of the car smoking a cigarette. I slam on my brakes and managed to bring it to a slow roll. I'm too trusting of a person, so I think, oh damn, must be having car trouble. I roll my window down and pull up to see if he needs help. Before I can even start rolling my window down, this dude tosses his cigarette to the ground and full-on starts walking at me. Not along the side of the road or toward my driving side conversationally, but straight into my headlights. Straight at my still-moving Wrangler. He looks furious. So at this point, I'm like, all right, forget this. He's either angry for how fast I was going or a plainclothes cop or something. So I gun it, yank the wheel over, jumping off into the grass on the side of the road, whip around the tail of his car. I distinctly recalled for some reason the taillights feeling extremely bright as I passed. This angry red just filling my vision and lighting the whole cabin of my Wrangler up. I pull back up on the road and check my rear view, afraid to hit him, or afraid he's after me, or just plain afraid. Nothing, no car, no man, no illumination on the tree form. Now I do stop, pull over and get out, thinking I must have gone further than I thought and around another curve or something. But no, this is definitely the curve. I'd only made it another 50 feet. I can see my torn up tracks in the grass, both where I got back on the road and where I went off initially. I wish I had the sense to go back and check for that cigarette butt, or anything, any sign of him. But I was way too creeped out at that point. Got back in my Jeep, got out of there. This place was once a cemetery. I've realized that I'm a spiritual sensitive. Whenever my parents would drive by a cemetery or funeral home, I'd get chills. Don't want to be nearby these places. I think it'd be due to most of my dad's side of the family being shamans, and my own personal experience, which I've posted on other subreddits. My college class was doing a volunteer field trip and sort of on the way to this place. It was being converted into an outdoor garden or greenhouse, I'm not sure. But when we first arrived, I got a small chill, but didn't think much of it or didn't want to cause the instructor to be dividing us into groups and telling us to follow the person who's leading the project. The feeling didn't really become bad until maybe an hour of being there. That's when I started feeling full cold chills running through my entire body. It was like I was standing inside a restaurant freezer. I'll also mention it was a very hot summer day, around 90 degrees, and we were told to drink water. It got to the point where I was starting to feel very lightheaded and getting very dizzy. So I went over to the instructor, told her that I wasn't feeling well. She told me to go and sit in the shade by the canopy that the projector was later setting up, and well, I did just that, and while sitting there, I couldn't shake off the chills until we went to have lunch at the picnic tables across the street from the location. As soon as we stepped off the location, the chills went away and I was back to normal again. Sadly, after we finished lunch, we stayed for another hour and a half, maybe even longer, and to which the chilling feeling came back again. But instead of just chills, it felt like a hand was now gripping the back of my neck like an owner holding their dog, like sort of loose fur, to keep him from running off. Again, I told my instructor, and she told me to stay at the canopy because my face was actually becoming pale. She was becoming worried and didn't want me passing out from heat stroke, which once nearly passed out from, and I told her ahead of time. She kept coming back to check on me and was going to volunteer, and well, after a while they finally finished and I joined up with them. While the project leader was thanking us, I remember feeling like somebody was watching me. When I looked around, no one was nearby. I started rubbing my arms to try to make the cold feeling go away, and my instructor probably noticed. Left the place. As we were walking away, my classmate mentioned that this place was once a cemetery, and he didn't know if the bodies were moved or not. Felt mad that he didn't bring this up until now, which I mentioned, and our instructor apologized since she didn't know herself. Can't describe exactly what I saw. but I'll try. Last night I was out back around midnight, with a tree line and a forest in our backyard. Miles of forest way out in the country. It was pitch black, and I mean so dark you couldn't see anything. Creepily quiet, too. The air was completely still, abnormally quiet. Super peaceful, moonless night. The dog was with me, just staring at the tree line dead still about 25 yards in front of me. The forest was about 75 yards. I could see him with my flashlight. He wouldn't move, so I went and got my night vision scope out of the car. I was panning around ground level, but didn't really see anything. I aimed the scope up in the trees and caught this thing. First, it almost looked like a really big owl. Then it changed its outline and started floating to the left and, well, then to the right, down and then up very slowly and graciously, sort of like a dancer. It's almost like it sensed me looking at it and started moving because of me. It glowed through the scope and looked like a big jellyfish almost, like an ectoplasm blob, maybe 2 feet in diameter. I hit record. The scope takes pictures and videos. But of course, no memory card. I sprinted inside, jammed one in, and ran back outside. The scope started malfunctioning like crazy. Wouldn't go into night vision mode. Wouldn't shut off. Wouldn't respond. Dog was barking now, still in the same area. Tried to turn on my flashlight, but that wouldn't work either. It was nuts. So I ran back inside and literally had to remove the batteries from the scope to turn it off and back on. Worked normally. Ran back outside, and of course, nothing. I panned around until about 2 a.m. looking for that thing again, but it was gone. I stayed out until I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. Never seen anything like it. It was beautiful and majestic. Floated elegantly high, low, left, right, and was like a glowing blob. I'm going to obsessively check for it nightly now, and I'll be ready. Did I see ghosts as a kid, or was I just imagining stuff? So when I was little, maybe 7, I woke up from a nightmare, went down to my parents' room to sleep. They have a big bedroom with a glass porch door and a window next to it. I struggled to fall asleep since I sneaked into their room and there wasn't any bed space left. I was laying by their feet close to the porch door. I knew I was awake when I saw this, I'm sure. I looked out from the porch door and saw a white silhouette holding what looked like an oil lantern. It wasn't that basic black silhouette with the top hat that I think everybody has seen. I have a very creepy story about that too, though. It looked like it was floating and had a hood and a distressed coat. I'll try to draw a little digital sketch of it. After I saw it, I got up from going to the bathroom and I was right across the hall in my parents' bedroom. When I got back, it was completely gone, not standing there creeping through the window anymore. And this memory has haunted me for years. Whenever I've talked about it, it's been like sort of brushed off as me just being a kid, probably having a nightmare. But I'm sure I saw it. I've always heard theories from people that animals and children are more likely to see spiritual activity. This is not the only time I've seen this white shadow either. My old bedroom, which I shared with my brother, my bedroom at the time used to have a balcony that was kind of built into the room. It's really weird to explain, but my parents put the plywood and just took down the fence from it when I was 6 or 7 because they were going to expand the bedroom. There's a big window, and again, a glass door out to the balcony thing. Me and my brother had a bunk bed on the opposite side of the room. I had the top bunk. I usually stayed up reading late after my bedtime. About 10 minutes after I turned my flashlight off, I looked toward the window and I saw it again. A white shadow was standing there, but just as I looked, it hid. I've been freaked out about it basically my entire life. Somebody had a similar experience, or was I just a kid imagining stuff? Ghost Granny. My grandmother died when I was pretty young. I couldn't get her to answer her phone, so I went to her house to check on her, found her body. My sister and I have always been very close to her. When she came in town for the funeral, we decided to spend the night at her grandma's for a few nights, to feel closer to her and be amongst her things. We were sitting in the living room with her cat. I found her cat was curled around her head. She loved that cat. We're talking about her life, and it got a little bit deep, both crying and hoping she was at peace. Suddenly, the cat who was sitting between us jumped up and started hissing at the fireplace. Then the flue to the fireplace slammed shut really loud. It scared the shit out of us. We then heard footsteps above her in the bedroom. That's where she died. It was scary and not comforting for us or the cat. He was also kind of a person who never wanted anybody to feel sorry for her. I think we got too personal about her life and it pissed her off. I had several other uncomfortable moments in her house while cleaning it out. My then 8-year-old nephew and I were packing boxes. Her bedroom door slammed shut. It was a nice day, no windows or doors open. My nephew looked at me and asked, "Why is Granny so sad?" I still get the creeps when telling this story. It was the middle of the night. That's when I woke up to this light tapping at the window across from my bed. The room was decently big, with the bed pushed against the wall in the center of the room. 2 smaller closets to the left on either end of the wall. The window was next to the closet on the far left corner of the room from the bed, with the TV beside it. Before I went to bed that night, I had turned on a light rain sound on the TV, so it was playing sort of queasily in the background. That was while I sat up in bed, tired and weary. The knocking turned into loud thumps that made my heart race and my palms sweaty. And by the sound of it, I could have sworn someone or something was standing outside the window, pounding on it. Which wasn't unreasonable considering the room was on the first floor near the entrance of the building. But looking at the alarm clock on my bedside nightstand, I realized it was very unreasonable. It was 3:15, which of course it was. Why wouldn't I wake up at witching hour with the tapping on the window and this utter dread filling my stomach? I don't understand how I missed it, because she was standing there right next to it, beside the window, or rather, a little in front of it, was a girl with long, dripping wet black hair cascading down her face and body, basically hiding all of her from how long it was. She was wearing this worn-out white dress that ended on the floor. I couldn't see any limbs at all. She reminded me of that girl from The Ring, just less TV-like and real. And for a good 10 seconds, I kind of just stared at her, waiting and watching, praying that this was some sick nightmare that I was about to wake up from. Panic hadn't yet set in. And that's when I realized she wasn't moving or doing anything. I slid underneath the covers, sort of fighting back the tears of fear. I was 14 then. Not young, but not old either, so the fear was pretty reasonable. After taking a few deep breaths and encouraging myself to look again, she was gone. She just vanished. The tapping on the window hadn't ceased. If anything, it got a bit louder. It also started raining after a few minutes of me just sitting there, staring at the spot where the girl once stood. Who came up the stairs? This is something my sister experienced several years ago. It's stuck in my mind ever since. My family have lived in the same house since I was born. I'm 22. We know every single noise in the house. We know who's coming up or down the stairs at any given time without looking. My sister is 6 years older than me. My sister's room is at the top of the stairs, directly in front of the staircase. She always used to leave her bedroom door slightly ajar at night so that my dad could say goodnight through the crack in the door. My dad has always been the last person to go upstairs to bed at night. And just like any other night, me, my sister, and my mother were all in bed. My dad was downstairs. Then my sister heard all of the light switches being flicked downstairs, so she knew my dad was going to bed. She heard his footsteps coming up the stairs, stopped at her door. She said as she always did, "Night, Dad." No answer. "Good night, Dad," she said again. No answer. Then my dad came up the stairs. She stands by this story to this day. The first set of footsteps didn't pass a room and go into another room. They sounded exactly like my dad's footsteps. And my dad confirmed that everybody else had gone upstairs at least half an hour before him. It was definitely none of us that had gone up just before him. We'll never have an answer to this, but it does still give me chills whenever my dad comes upstairs at night. Weird encounter in my old historical house. I live in a historical house in a small town. My family and I were getting ready to go somewhere for the day on a Saturday. We all got in the car. Forgot my earbuds inside. Ran back into the house to get them. The earbuds in my room, so I had to walk through the kitchen, dining room, and foyer to get to the stairs to go up to my room. As I was going to my room, my mind was wandering. So when I got to my room, I'd forgotten where I'd put my headphones. So I look around for a minute. Then I stood in front of my bed, my back to my bedroom door in the hallway, trying to figure out where I'd put my earbuds. Then all of a sudden I hear somebody whispering. It was just loud enough where I could hear it, but not loud enough to where I could make it out. It sounded like it was simultaneously coming from my grandpa's bedroom, the foyer, and even our blue room, which is just off the foyer. There was anybody entered the house. You can hear all the external doors open and close when it's quiet in the house. No one came in. No siblings were trying to mess with me. I'm an only child. My grandpa passed away a couple of years before this. He didn't pass away in his bedroom. He passed away in the blue room because that's where he had his hospital bed set up. And also, for clarification, my maternal grandparents moved in with us when my grandpa's health started to decline a few years ago. My grandma still lives with us. Anyways, back to my story. As soon as I heard the whispering, I hightailed it out of my room, down the stairs, through those couple rooms, and out the door. I don't really believe it was my grandpa. He knew how scared I was as a kid of scary things, and he would have never freaked me out, even as a ghost. Haven't had any weird experiences in the house. My experience while in the Marine Corps. So this takes place back in 2005. This is while serving at the U.S. Embassy in Ivory Coast, West Africa. One morning after working my night shift at the embassy, I returned home to the Marine house. The U.S. Marines lived in a local residence bought and paid for by the U.S. Embassy. It was a 3-story home in what locals would consider an upscale neighborhood, by Ivorian standards. The home was fairly large and had a pool, a gym, a laundry room, and a driver's room on the first floor. Housed 5 U.S. Marines that were tasked with protecting the U.S. Embassy and its personnel. On this morning I was pretty tired. I just arrived in country and I was still getting used to the night shift. Lots of Red Bulls. I walked up to my room that was on the 3rd story of the house. It was a relatively medium-sized room with a bathroom attached and one large window in the bedroom that was filled with heavy curtains to keep the daylight out during the day so we could sleep. I was crashing hard from all the Red Bulls. I managed to take my uniform off and get straight into bed. It wasn't long before I reached that state of mind where you're half asleep and half awake. And I do believe it was at this point where I started dreaming, where a sort of sixth sense told me, you have to wake up. I remember opening my eyes, staring at the opposite wall at the foot of my bed. The room was dark and I was still half asleep as I scanned from the left side to the room to the right. I recall my eyes concentrating on the daylight that was shooting down the side of the wall toward the corner of my room. As my eyes reached the light, or rather the right far corner, I stopped and focused on a dark spot in the corner of the room. I couldn't make out what it was, but the light abruptly stopped before hitting the corner of the room. As I stared at this dark spot, I realized it was a silhouette of a person. It was tall, and I could make out the outline of shoulders and a head. My first instinct was that I was dreaming. But after a few seconds, my vision cleared up, and the silhouette was still standing there. As I focused harder on it, I realized it wasn't disappearing, and the realization that something was standing there hit me. I had a quick flash thought of, what the fuck is that? That's when all of a sudden this shadow figure with red eyes that I can see clearly had now rushed forward and started choking me. Still to this day, I remember the grip it had and the flash of heat I felt run down the back of my neck all the way down to my feet. I closed my eyes tightly. I was paralyzed. I couldn't move. The level of fear that struck me was immense. After about 10 seconds, I felt this grip letting go. As soon as I could move, my first reaction was to reach for my K-bar knife. I kept that on the top of my nightstand. I quickly stood up ready to stab whatever the fuck was in my room. The next couple of seconds was just me tearing my curtains open and clearing the room and restrooms and repeating, what the fuck, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? My room was completely empty. I went from attack mode to quickly trying to convince myself it was just a side effect of this medication I was on. One of the cons of working in an African post was that we were ordered to take mefloquine, an anti-malaria medication, by our command. One of the side effects clearly stated was the possibility of night terrors. But regardless, I couldn't stay in that room. I ended up falling asleep in the common area with the TV turned on. Fast forward 5 months, and we, the Marines, moved out of that home and moved into a new embassy compound. Apparently, it had just been constructed. Me and another Marine decided to have a movie night and watch The Exorcism of Emily Rose. Creepy movie. When it was done, I walked into the kitchen, ran into Sammy, our butler. Sammy was in charge of doing our laundry and prepping our meals throughout the week. It was amazing. When he wasn't working for us, he spent his time at a Catholic priest at a local Catholic church. He was having the movie fresh in my mind, and I asked him, Sammy, if we got possessed by the devil, could you perform an exorcism? Of course, sir, I do them quite often. Many bad spirits here at Cote de l'Ivoire. Seriously, Sammy? Yes, sir, many evils here. When we moved in, did you bless our new house? Yes, of course, sir. This is a very good home. Not like the old house. That was a very bad house. Instantly I went cold and asked him to explain. The old house was possessed by 3 demonic spirits. He then goes on to tell me that one morning while he was doing our laundry in the basement, he looked into the Marine gym and saw 3 shadow figures with red eyes standing side by side in the corner of the room. He grabbed his crucifix and began to pray before they vanished. He then instructed me to go speak with Joey and one of the Ivorian Marine drivers. I hauled ass to find Joey. Joey was a 49-year-old father of 8. He had worked for 15 years as the embassy Marine driver. Joey tells me one night after dropping off one of the Marines, he returned to the driver's room. That's where he tried to get some sleep. He was woke up by something whispering his name. When he opened his eyes, something grabbed him and started choking him. He said he swung his arms wildly, couldn't hit the thing that was choking him. When it finally released him, he ran out of the driver's room, hopped into the armored suburban Marine vehicle, and drove us to the U.S. Embassy, where he remained the rest of the night. He never again stepped foot in the driver's room. He told me that sometime later our gardener accidentally dug up a juju box that had bones and voodoo witchcraft trinkets inside. Apparently, somebody had cursed the property, according to him. As if the story couldn't get weirder, I headed inside the U.S. Embassy later that day to speak with my GY Sergeant, or GYSGT, about some work. The conversation turned to what I just learned about our old house. Gunny had this look on his face. He reached up to his logbooks and pulled out an incident report. It was from a few years prior and pulled out a report where a former Marine at the post had reported an intruder in his room that had choked him and apparently disappeared. He slept in that room I slept in. The Marine was convinced it happened to the point an official U.S. Embassy report had to be filed. A sergeant named Gunny. I want answers. We have a doll and don't know what to do. The entity Elizabeth the doll, John Doe the ghost. We brought Elizabeth the doll to our apartment, began to have the doorbell ringing on its own. We answered the door to have no one there. One day with my dad and I moving in, we broke the doorbell only to have a knock at the door. When we answered, no one was there. We quit answering only to single knocks. It was a pattern that we noticed with the knocks that eventually ended. More recently, pens have started moving on their own, ended up in different locations where they were placed. It's fond of a purple pen that we have and moves it on its own accord. John's thrown a pen at my girlfriend's butt. I wonder if the two ghosts can be in one doll. Right now, we've picked up a foreign-sounding girl, Russian or Japanese voice. That's wildly different. And a man's voice on my girlfriend's device. One is a woman trying to find out, oh, it works. She makes the strangest request, like Alexa, fan on. And the man's voice said, they can't hear me. My girlfriend and I have somewhat learned that we can punish them by putting the doll in the closet. Doesn't like it. It will door knock on the closet if we leave it in the long stuff is weird. Excuse me. My girlfriend wants to get rid of it. I really like the doll because it's beautiful. We've been talking about it and I told her, what if it doesn't end the activity and we get rid of a nice doll? It would be a shame. It's done nothing any harm. Confusing. It wasn't the moon. On Halloween of 2007, my boyfriend at the time had just dropped my little brother off at a Halloween party. I can't remember where we were driving to, but we were arguing because we had to take my brother when he picked me up. As we argued, I look out the passenger window. I noticed the full moon. I remember thinking how cool it was to have a full moon on Halloween when I turned to look at my boyfriend in the driver's seat. While he was yelling, I noticed the crescent moon out of his window. I hurried and looked out my window to look for the full moon, but it was gone. I went to tell him this when the front of our vehicle was illuminated. We rolled to a stop and both looked up from the windshield. It looked like the moon, maybe the width of the vehicle. Bright, but as if it was polished silver. I couldn't tell a definite shape and it was right above us. Close enough that if I climbed into the roof of the car, I might be able to reach it at the lowest. I'm not sure how long it was there, but it slowly moved off to the tree line in the distance. We ended up climbing onto the car roof and watched it till we couldn't see it anymore. And the strangest part, as if seeing that wasn't, was that there was no other vehicles. We were in the middle of the main road in our small town, and it was maybe 7 p.m. on Halloween night. It wasn't until we could barely see it as a dot in the sky that cars started driving past us. In March of 2009, I saw it again with the same boyfriend, and again we were alone. This time it was roughly 3 in the morning. I only know this because I could hear the 3 o'clock train go by. We're in our tiny studio apartment in the woods behind a doctor's office. I noticed it first again. It looked like a bright star at first. Then I saw it come straight down through the trees. Thought it might be a helicopter, but there was no noise. Then it was close enough to see it was just a ball of light, something polished so much that it shined. As it came closer, it was blinding. We both turned our heads and shielded our eyes. I could see our shadows move against the wall inside as if it went through the window into the house. Then it was gone. Well, he ran outside instantly. I hid underneath the blanket screaming. He was crazy. The next morning, the stream that ran by our apartment stopped perpendicular to the beginning of the home, started again directly after it. I couldn't see where it was going into the ground or out of. It wasn't like that the day before. I had a strange dream of this exact thing happening, down to the sound of the train. To me, it reminded me of the scene when the blue fairy came down in Pinocchio. The only difference was that it was a different house in my dreams. We moved out of the apartment exactly 3 weeks later. As we were moving to our home, the deja vu hit so hard I was nauseous. This was the house in my dreams. Does anybody know what creature this might be? I live in New England. The area isn't super densely populated, and it's somewhat of a rural area, but not in a western way. In the east, rural areas will often have houses, farm fields, fire towers, highways, even more in remote areas. Things are a lot more densely populated outside of the cities here in the hills than the elevations of the northeast. Mountains are still quite sparse, much more akin to the western U.S. There's a local town forest with a large network of trails. Many of them are heavily trafficked by people mountain biking, walking dogs, etc. I like to stroll alone near sunset, especially this time of year when the weather's fairly hot during the day. I would usually stroll with my siblings, but they've gradually drifted away over the years as I started getting college internships, jobs, and moving away, etc. I still enjoy a good walk in the woods, though. So yesterday I set out with my keys and phoned to the woods. It had been a few weeks since I'd last gone on the trail, and because I was busy finishing up some work related to school. This town forest isn't a place I'm pretty familiar with, and although I know all the major trails by heart, a few of the smaller trails. I usually walk a loop around the park, which goes by a few houses and some livestock and dogs, but about 85% of it is through the woods. The time this happened was about 8:30, just as the sun was setting and it was starting to get dark. I was enjoying the medley of sounds, including leaves rustled by the wind and the repeated bird calls. It was quite soothing, and my thoughts were consumed by something or other such as thoughts of my elderly guinea pig's illness. The point is, I wasn't focused at all on the paranormal or cryptids or anything. I'm a fairly logical person, and although I don't discount the possibility of paranormal beings existing, I think there's a general lack of evidence, and also don't encounter much paranormal activity. I also think that maybe other explanations exist for the paranormal aside from, ooh, ghost. And perhaps it could be other unknown phenomena. I think the only paranormal activity I remember encountering is this breathing sound I heard next to me once or twice after my brother left my room. And then again, I was pretty young, so it's possible it's just my computer fan. Anyways, I digress. So, there I was in the forest, listening passively to the chorus of sounds that echoed through the forest when I was going to get the right trail to do the loop. And like I said, I know this loop path quite well, the whole forest to a certain degree, but there are blind spots and knowledge for some paths I take very infrequently. I was kind of spacing out and I turned on the wrong trail. This trail is a more narrow and wooded trail, which might be a little dangerous in the evening because of the roots. But I thought to myself, oh well, I'm a little familiar with it, but it's probably been a year or two since I last took the trail. The trail gradually narrows to where just about one person can fit on it. I'm a tall guy, so I have to bend over a bit. This trail is maybe about 1.5 miles in length and takes maybe 30 minutes to do at my walking pace. It's about 10 minutes down the trail where I encounter something somewhat strange. Anybody who frequently walks in the woods of New England in summer knows there are oodles and oodles of gray squirrels. I'd seen dozens of them along the way. I encountered one, though, that was a bit strange. It seemed unfazed by my presence with a certain confidence that was unbefitting of a prey animal. It somewhat reminded me of my guinea pig in its unfazed and uncaring aura. I whistled at it as I often do because I like to whistle. It still didn't move. I approached the animal and it still seemed unfazed and even somewhat curious. This was very strange. Then I came to my senses and realized that this wasn't a great sign. The squirrel could be rabid or have some squirrel version of chronic wasting disease. I decided that I should get away from the squirrel and continue down the path for about another 7 minutes. There is some data along here, so I was Googling the random questions that came to my mind, like, is there prion disease in squirrels? I was also keeping track of the time because I had a doctor's appointment the next day and I had to go to bed a bit early. When I was about 15 minutes from the end of the trail, that's when the exceptionally weird things began to happen. I don't know if the squirrel incident is in any way connected, but it's strange the two happened in the same evening. So there I was looking to the darkening woods. It was about 8:50, and I think at this point the sun was almost totally down. I had a maybe 20-minute part left to my loop before I left the forest. And that's about when I heard a rustling. I felt no dread because rustlings like these are really quite common. It's usually a squirrel just shifting behind a tree to avoid your gaze, but this sounded different, a bit larger. Felt a little bit uncomfortable, but I'm a big guy. I'm 6'4" and 210. So I continued on further, but I felt a little more concerned by the fact that the sound was following me. Turned on my phone's flashlight. I caught a glimpse of something shiny like metal, and then something that looked like frog skin. I don't know, but that's when I started to get very scared. Thought it was just a frog on some scrap metal that was hard to see because it was so dark, which the thick tree canopy in this part of the trail wasn't helping with. I started to walk faster with some fear, but certainly I get a little afraid sometimes on my walks. What was really unusual at this point was the fact that this thing was still following me after 4 minutes straight of walking. By accelerated pace, I estimated there'd be about 10 minutes left to my stroll, and about 5 minutes left on this secluded trail. Just as I reckoned that I was faced with something even more strange, so far my strategy had been to ignore the creature and not think about it as you would with wild animals, especially with reports of black bears in the area. I just wanted to get out of its territory of this thing as fast as possible without angering it or engaging it in any predatory instincts, especially because I couldn't see it. That proved to be somewhat useless when I heard the thing begin to sprint from behind as though it was trying to get in front of me. I sped up to a jog and began to yell at the thing and shine my flashlight behind me. I was trying to catch a glimpse of this thing and identify my enemy. Still not being scared to death, but rather a little shaken, thinking I was being chased off by a coyote or something. Maybe I was neglecting my earlier sight of this creature as sort of a misidentification. At this point, clouds had completely covered the moon, making the trail quite dark. It was because of that and the fact that I was looking behind me that I tripped. The end of the trail was almost in sight, as visible as these things can be in the dark. That's when suddenly I saw a non-humanoid blob in the tree line looking at me with what felt like contempt or hunger. I couldn't tell if I was just imagining it. When I scrambled to find something or anything to defend, I just found my phone and rock. This thing was in front of me, and I was trying to buy some time to get past it by cutting around the trail into the bush briefly before getting out into the clearing, after which I could get to the well-lit area where my car was. I shined the flashlight at the creature while formulating the plan. I was shocked by what I saw. Previously, I was thinking that this thing was just a black bear, which I was misidentifying in the dark light of the forest. But it became clear that my previous identification was correct. This thing was slimy like a frog, about 5 feet tall, the same size of a chimp. Its eyes appeared like those of a fly, and it twitched away from the light as I shone it in his eyes. I used it as an opportunity to throw a rock at it, which connected, causing the thing to run off into the swamp bordering the trail, at which point I noticed that it had a long and thick tail, which it was balanced and was moving like a snake. At that point, I was pretty shocked and most focused on just running, so I got up and bolted for the exit of the trail and quickly bolted home. I haven't told anybody of this experience because I feel or think I'll crazy, but I was even apprehensive to post this on my main Reddit account. I just want more people to take my experience seriously and help me figure out what the heck this thing was. The closest thing I could find in this article is the Silver Lake monsters and giant snakes. Could I have misidentified this creature? It was kind of a blur, but the one thing I remember clearly are the eyes of that creature, the slimy skin and the cobra-like movement. I just honestly have no idea what this could have been, and the only semi-scientific explanation I can think of is some escaped government experiment or alien. It's also possible that I was hallucinating for absolutely no reason, but I've never drank or taken drugs before, and I don't have any history of brain injuries or mental illness or hallucinations. In any unknown animal situation, you have to channel your Steve Irwin. That is my advice. What that will lead you to, I do not know. Is it good advice? I do not know. Yet it is my advice nonetheless. The thing on the highway, joint illusion or something else? I had an experience with my mom. Lately it's been on my mind, despite it being like 18 years ago. My parents split when I was 4 months old, leading to 18 years of seeing my dad every second weekend and for a week on school holidays. Because my dad's sort of, an ass, my poor mom would have to drive me 2.5 hours from our home in Sydney, Australia to my dad's house in Goulburn, Australia. This trip had been made for 13 years prior to our experience with us seeing nothing out of the ordinary, and it was made for 5 years after without us experiencing it again. The large part of our trip took us along the Hume Highway, and that's where the experience happened. It's probably around 8 p.m. Highway was super quiet, almost no other cars on the road. I was chatting to my mom just to keep her awake as per usual, and at one point we got up and down a series of small hills. It's coming over one of these hills that we both noticed what we can only describe as a black mass in the middle of the road. I see it and I say nothing, assuming I'm seeing things because I'm tired. As we get closer to it, Mom starts slowing down, so I guess she could see it too, but still I say nothing. Mom indicates going to change lanes. She's halfway through changing lanes when she slams on the brakes. All I see is a roughly 7-foot-tall white cloud of mist or something that rushed by my mom's side of the car and off to the pitch-black ditch on the other side of the road. My mom immediately starts yelling, freaking out, asking if I saw that. I looked at her and asked, "What, the white mist?" "Yeah, I saw that." She swears to this day that, she was the mist, or that she was the mist coming from off the side of the road on the side of the car. It's a bold statement. I only saw it leave her side of the car, and she also pointed out that she was changing lanes to avoid the thing in the middle of the road, which, when she pointed at it, was completely gone. We've spoken many times about what happened, but neither of us had experienced anything on that road since. Slightly bothers me that I don't have an answer. I'd like to think it was because we were both tired, but at the same time, it's not like Mom said, "Did you see the white thing?" and my imagination took it from, being a thoroughly freaked out 12 or 13-year-old at the time. She literally said, "Did you see that?" which makes me think we both saw something. That is logical thinking indeed. Her being the thing that she saw, less so. Saw a ghost, and I'm not sure what it meant. So about a week before this occurrence, my 6-year-old niece was spending the night and said that she saw someone behind my mom in the middle of the night. She said it was an old lady with a bun. Later in the week, my mom was somewhat startled awake by something. She said it felt as if the water was poured on her, sort of gasping awake. She wasn't sure what, but when she looked over, she saw a very old woman with lots of wrinkles and a bun smiling kindly at her. According to my mom, she was wearing medieval, almost peasant-like clothing and had a shawl. There was a gold aura around her with rippling behind her as if she was standing in front of some sort of portal. Although there was no malice or negativity coming from the woman, my mom was a little shocked, so she pretended to be asleep. She waited for some time, and when she looked back, the woman was gone. What could this have been? My mom said she was able to move, and we don't think it was sleep paralysis. Could it have been an ancestor visiting? Anything is possible. Predicting things. I feel like there's a little voice in the back of my head. Whenever I might be doing anything, I'll get a random thought about something that could happen. And it does happen. Like one time I was getting off the bus and thought, what if my crush was here already? And he's usually late. When I got to my spot, I looked up to see him standing a few feet away from me. It's not just simple things like this. It'll be more serious things. One time my sister was driving us home, and I thought, imagine we get into a crash. Yeah, I know I'm not that positive, but anyways, a car from behind hit our car in the side and the door was sitting in. Luckily, not too much damage, but terrifying nonetheless. I don't know why, but sometimes I feel like this force or whatever it is always with me. I always feel like I'm being watched, or more like I'm never alone. Strangely enough, my mom had 2 miscarriages before having me. And me, myself, I don't believe in ghosts. But is there some demon or creature or any way to explain this? I'm Muslim, so I don't believe that I am in some way superior than other human. Okay? I think there's some force trying to help me or something, or maybe harm me. And other than that, I've always felt at peace with the moon. Not in a normal way, but I feel like the moon is calling to me. I'm not drunk either. I know I sound like some kind of psycho, but I feel very spiritual. I've heard of people who are born very spiritual and have abilities like this. Very at peace with the moon, like it's a second home. What do you think it is that I might be dealing with? Well, according to other things I've read, in your religion it would be referred to as a jinn. And yes, I would like a vacation home on the moon myself. For my own reasons. Need guidance on what to do or what to make of this. To start off, I live with my parents out of town. We're farmers. My dad's a no-nonsense guy. Never lied to me once. My dad last night, and 10 minutes before I'm currently writing this, he saw dancing lights in the dining room this evening. The same lights in the master bedroom. He followed them to the master bathroom, and as he said, they were dancing around the room like little flashlights. Nothing that's blinding, so I followed them to the bathroom and they disappeared. To make note, my father has Parkinson's disease, and it's said that someone with Parkinson's disease can start to hallucinate. However, for the past month, but mainly recently, we've seen a surge in weird stuff that's been happening. 2 weeks ago, I was in my room. I heard literal pounding on the wall, at least 6 to 7 consecutive bangs, but not fast enough or not really slow either. They sounded like they came from in the hallway, and they were loud enough to where I could hear them through my headphones while gaming. I got up, opened up my door, and didn't see anybody. I was thinking my dad to be in the hallway. I walk out to the den where my mom and dad are both watching TV. They asked me if I was just outside banging on the window. I said no, but I heard the same thing, but in the hallway. Fast forward to Tuesday night, getting ready to take a shower, and that's where my shower is located. I can see down the hallway to the living room where we have a big-ass glass window that looks into our driveway. Could have sworn I saw a black shadow figure standing outside, but the second I looked back, it was gone. So I take my shower, presumably where the shower is located. I get out, go watch TV, go to bed with a headache. It came out of nowhere. I said, I'll just sleep it off, and I went to sleep. I had a dream that I was getting repeatedly struck by lightning. I couldn't get away. I felt in control, but also helpless at the same time. In the dream, I look in the mirror and my eyes are bloodshot. I have blood coming out of my left ear and snot and blood coming out of my nose. When I woke up, I had a pounding headache. I've never had a migraine, but I would assume that's what it feels like. I felt my left ear and it hurt, and there was some slight residue in my ear like water. My nose was dripping. But I wasn't sweating. I got up, go take some Advil and drink some water and go back to sleep for a bit. When I looked in the mirror, my eyes were bloodshot. Then I went back to sleep. I didn't have the dream again and woke up just fine. Now, these are not my first paranormal experiences. My mom heavily believes in folklore and sort of a religious, spiritual person. But I'm an up-and-down Orthodox Christian. My dad's Christian, but doesn't believe in ghosts or any of that stuff, but he said he's had weird experiences. My mother started experiencing things. Went around, blessed the house with what I had, and the activity stopped one night. I called and asked my priest to come bless the house, which he just left from doing. And boy, did that night become my priest. Boy, did the night before my priest come get wild. That doesn't sound good. The night before my priest came, my mom had some hip and back issues. We usually sleep in a separate bedroom for my father on a special bed. She said that she was shaken awake by somebody with hands that felt like fire on her skin. She said when she was woken up she said while she was awake, she thought she'd go and get some water. When she went into the kitchen to get some water, she heard the dryer turn on, which freaked her out, in which she came and got me, and I turned it off. However, with this activity, there was no spiritual pressure like there was the night prior when I did prayers amongst the house. But today, when the priest came, when he walked into the house, I could tell in his face that he could feel something was here, but he didn't want to say anything. He did a full blessing around the house, and me and him could both feel that we cornered whatever it was in the master bedroom. Said an exorcism prayer. You can feel in an immediate sense of relief in the room and in the house. Since now, after he's left, the house feels lighter and there's no sensation of being watched or touched anymore. But only time will tell, and I'll have to see what the night brings. So basically, what do you guys think this is? And should I be worried? I'm already thinking about calling my priest to bless the house, but in the meantime, I have incense and holy water and holy oil. Goblin sighting when I was a child. I know this might sound crazy, but when I was around 2 or 3 years old, this is like 2006 or 7, my mom and I just came home from my grandma's house after she got off work. We arrived home at like 6:30 or 7. I know some say that you can't remember anything from a young age, and that my mom might just be influencing me to remember this, but I actually remember this very vividly. I saw another similar story posted on here, and it literally gave my mom and I goosebumps. It's because of how similar it was. So, here it goes. I walked into her house and I went to go play in my room. That was when my mom started to cook dinner. Remember, I was just playing in my room, and I step out of my room to start wandering around. When I looked into my father's gaming room, weird I know, but then I saw this goblin-like creature who looked like the Green Goblin from the Spider-Man comic books. He was wearing a pointy purple hat, pointy purple shoes, with pointy ears and a grin with sharp teeth. He stood about 6 or 7 feet, and when I saw him, I ran to my mom in the kitchen and started tugging on her to come with me, and she immediately followed after me. She saw him as well, but he moved into her hallway. He looked very confused or concerned, like he didn't know where he was and where he was at, and he looked at both of us and looked surprised. He looked very inhuman, but he didn't instill fear in us. Instead, it was more of a calming presence. Then after he saw us, he ran back toward the gaming room and just disappeared. My mom went back to go check to see where it went, but he was nowhere to be found. Mind you, there were only 2 windows, and they were blocked off by a desk, and the windows were closed while we were gone. Many have told me that this was just my dad playing a prank on us, but he was never around and isn't nearly as tall as the goblin we saw. Still talk about it to this day. I'm telling the exact same story each time, and still can't get that creepy image out of my head. I just wanted to come on here and get an explanation on this, or to see if anything similar has happened to anyone else. Mind you, we live in California in the Bay Area. Please let me know if you've had a similar experience. I want to know. I've attached an image very similar to what I saw. Entity in my home that favors the room that I do, and only my guests have seen her. A little background story. My husband and I live in a cute Cape-style home built in 1970. It's in a quiet, heavily forested area. We purchased our home 2 years ago and the market was crazy. So I moved in on my own with our 2 Australian shepherds. This as my husband was working abroad at the time of the closing. It took nearly a month to get our stuff delivered. Like I said, it was a crazy year for real estate. During that time, I often felt uneasy and felt strongly that I was being watched. It chalked it up to being in a new home in a new area without furniture and a big open space. Despite this, I was comforted by the fact that my dogs seemed comfortable here, because they flip out anytime somebody new comes or if there's any little disturbance. They're particularly protective of me when my husband's on one of his trips. Since settling in here, I immediately was drawn to a little room off from the kitchen. Got a lot of light, high ceiling with wooden beams, and a skylight that makes it just a peaceful, bright place during the day. The previous owners used it as sort of a dining nook, but I loved it so much I made it a sitting area, filled it with old books and random shit my dad gets me. I get lots of compliments on this area. It also has a sliding glass door that opens up to a deck that overlooks the backyard. Fast forward to this last weekend where we had a party with some friends. We're all out in the backyard around a bonfire talking and drinking. Then one of my friends, who's particularly sensitive, suddenly blurts out, "Your house is haunted as fuck." Proceeds to tell me that she just saw a dark figure of a long-haired woman moving about the deck when she was watching us. At first, my friend thought it was just a guest at the party, but then realized that, well, we're all out by the fire. My other friend, who stayed with us on numerous weekends since we moved in, responds with, "Okay, you've seen her too." He tells us that he saw it one night when waking up to get some water from the kitchen. He saw this dark figure of a woman standing in the little sitting area I love, walking toward the glass door that leads to the deck. At that time, he was like, "Nope, not entertaining this." Ignored it and went back to bed. I was shocked. I haven't seen anything or felt anything, other than the watched feeling when I initially moved in. And that's when I told them. But since then, remembered how crazy it's been replacing light bulbs and all the light fixtures, especially on that first floor since we moved in. Some of them have burnt out 2 or 3 times within 2 years. My husband is a complete skeptic and rolls his eyes on all this, but just been processing it all myself. It's just ironic and a little unsettling that there's an entity inhabiting the very area of the home that I also love so much and spend so much time in when I'm home. And my dogs have never acted like there's anything there. They're so sensitive to things being off. He requires things to be on. Ask Reddit. I lived in a part of Texas with dense forest. My friend and I were in the middle school and enjoying exploring at night. We learned that the drainage pipe on the side of the road was big enough for us to crouch through, so we hopped in and started walking, leaving markers to guide our way back. After 30 minutes to an hour of walking, we popped out of a manhole that landed us in the middle of nowhere, deep into the woods. We kept walking till we came across an abandoned 2-story cabin. No road leading up to it, no means of accessing the cabin by vehicle. What could be argued as the front lawn was littered with half-buried toys. All of them looked very old in design. Plenty of porcelain dolls were buried in the yard. The windows were too dirty to see inside, so we broke a window with a rock to get inside. What could have been furniture at one point in time had rotted away so that only iron frames remained, and the floor of the cabin was completely covered in empty, oil cans. The kind you see in 50s cartoons. We couldn't go upstairs because the staircase had collapsed from rot, so we left and started making our way back to the manhole we came in from. As we were walking away, I took a look back at the cabin. In the window of one of the second-story rooms, I swear to God, I saw a child staring back at me. It looked to be about 8 or 10 years old, short, straight black hair. I'm convinced that I saw a ghost that day, and I'm convinced I'm gonna go to sleep. See ya.